course, the high 687.62. If we can dip into this territory here, that'd be great. I might be pinching pennies here. The Dow is just out of here, guys. The Dow is phenomenal. Massive push to the upside. You should have access now, Alan. So the poll question for today was, which asset class will be most impacted by U.S. Venezuela takeover? All right, so options were equity markets, stocks, okay, oil and gas, gold, silver, and crypto. So 67% of the chat said oil and gas. We got this inside candle here on the 5, so you get a nice little inside break. Break either side for us to really continue. Okay. So no position so far, just waiting. Just waiting. Keep in mind 10 o'clock ISM data would be coming up. If the president does have a press conference, let me know, guys. Keep me updated. We might go a little longer today. All right. IW is out of here, guys. IW, my IWM traders. Team IWM. Okay. Out of here. Especially above that PMH. So I'm stalking SPY right here. Okay. If it breaks above these highs, 687.25, that would be the 212 continuation. I probably have to pull the trigger up there. I wanted to come into this territory one more time. Right, I might have, if it holds above 687.25, I'll opt for that in pursuit of those highs. Just position myself well, but I want to see if I can get into this off of these lows. That just simply means just taking that instead of this. Right, this opportunity might have came and went. Right, but you just had to sit through a little back and forth. All right, just continue to wait. Okay, don't make any tweaks to your entry model. Just wait until your name is called. All right. No problem, Alan. Welcome to the team. Good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, make sure to join us in our pre-market prep stream. Taking 690. 1 DTEs, Fido. You taking the ones or the zeros? A lot of back and forth here. The Dow is the winner here. The Dow is the one that's out of here. Although a lot of those defense names are starting to rally. Okay, the orb on the Dow. All right, so one way to capitalize off of this is just overall market situation awareness. All right, see if you can hold off 687.26 for that continuation. If we can, that'd be great. If we can, that would be great. Okay, 10 o'clock is 17 minutes away. 17 minutes away. Look at that back and forth. This thing looks like it wants to go, but it's going to test your patience. It's going to test your patience. If you took an entry in this territory, right, you're in good position. You're just sitting through a lot of back and forth. Just know where your risk is. And just let the position unfold. Okay. If we can get a close above 687.26 on the 5, I'll opt for that entry. That's going to line up nicely with that 687.36. This zone, which is that daily upside target. Okay. And I'll opt for that. This green line right here. To make sure that we're just in the clear. Okay. In pursuit of those highs. So at least have a clean entry into that 5-minute orb. 15-minute orb, that might be the 15-minute orb as well. If it can hold for the next 3 seconds, this would be a compound orb right here. It's a compound orb. That's the 5 and the 15. I like how the VIX is pushing to the downside. Okay. So in that case, the Ripple Army would be in. See if you can just pull a little bit back in. This has room to 688.55. See if you can get a nice close above it. If we can. Got to take it there. That 687.26 entry would have been nice. Now it's above that 5-minute orb, 15-minute orb as well to break both those levels. VIX is going south. Hold below that 15 would be great. That's going to help, not hurt. Okay. Starting to go. Starting to go here. I'll be there for the retest. If it's there for the retest, just come back one little candle here, one red candle on the one. Give me one red candle on the one. Come back for that retest, come on. Okay, I'll take it right there. Right, selling high to sell higher, buying high to sell higher. Okay, I'm in the calls. Risk will be that 687.26. Stay above that daily upside target. All right, so a couple of entries in this area kind of missed, so just trailing that entry here. This is the 5-minute or 15-minute orb as well. To see we have some more follow through based off of this and pursue that 688.55. So risk has been allocated, risk is defined, and now it's just a matter of just letting it play out. I want this 5-minute candle in the meantime. Okay, I want this 5-minute candle in the meantime not to close as a shooter. Right, if it closes as a shooter, it's a little discouraging, but it's just testing this level here. So I wanted to continue to push. All right, so I want to be on high alert for any traps, any shooters pushing back the downside. If it gets back below 687.26, then I'll part ways with the setup. Down 7, down 8. All right, so I want this 5-minute candle here to see if you can get back above 687.62. Right, avoid being a shooter. I'm gonna cut it right there. 15 minus 15. So I took this a little high, trying to see if we can get a little higher, and then stopped out for minus 16. Stopped out minus 16 on the first trade here, minus 16. Didn't like the fact that it couldn't hold. And in this case, I wanted to immediately start to go. I'm kind of a little late to the party, so I don't have the luxury of just waiting and seeing. Once that risk is violated, then I just got to get out of there. So minus 16 stop out on first trade. And we're moving about 88 cents per 5-minute candle. So the ATR is decent ATR. All right, so this 5-minute candle is discouraging. If you're a bull, we're seeing the VIX get back above 15. So when those variables become true, I get invalidated. All right, blew my prop firm account. It's very different. Yeah, prop firm is it's a different mindset. We're starting to put the VIX is starting to push now. The VIX is starting to work its way. See if they want to trap those participants up there. So first trade. Okay, take the calls there. Minus 16. All right, might have been a little late to the party. All right, so what I was really pursuing is just follow through, continue push. The ideal entry would be in this area. I know that I'm buying a little high there, so I don't have the luxury of sitting back and seeing what happens. Okay, see if we can come back at that zone. We're just chopping around here. IW starting to push. Uh, 10 o'clock, 10 minutes away. 10 o'clock is 10 minutes away. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. First trade stopped out. So if you did get stopped out, if you did take some profits, if you are green, just don't rush into your next position. Assess the action and see what awaits. The fact that the VIX is starting to go can support or can further push to the downside. If this zone fails to hold, we're headed back towards 685.71. Okay, so this is the area where I got stopped out, right? You can see I don't gotta wait too long to be wrong. By the time it came into my risk, I'm already wrong. All right? So we're pushing back the downside. Pushing back into that zone. VIX continues to go. Everything is pulling back. Orb on the other side as well. Compound situation as well. Both the 5 and the 15 are right there. Five of the 15 just got hammered. Taking 690, 10-minute chart. Uptrend. LMT's moving. Blew my prop. ES, NQ, gold. What are we trading on the prop, Gary? All right, you can see here, somewhat of a shooter on the 5. That's what I don't want to be a part of that. Okay, so if we get that 5-minute close above it, that's going to give me that confidence to continue to hold in pursuit of that 688.55. In pursuit of that 688.55, let's see what the biggest. Ocla's up 10%, Octa's up, Coinbase up, Mara up. Bitcoin is looking to make another push above that 93. How did I not have LMT here? Oclo is wow, look at that bounce. Right in that zone. Okay, let's see if that's legit. I want the VIX to get below 15. All right, the highest form of manipulation. The key level still come into play. We're seeing a lot of back and forth. If you're on the after 10 o'clock army, right, you didn't miss much. The market is indecisive here. All we do know up until now is we did gap up. We're trading above Friday's highs. I want to see if this is legit. First response, second response. So I want this second response to be just as aggressive as this response or greater. If it's not, it's going to put more pressure on the buyers to really protect the support. Right? So you want each response to be equal or greater. NQ. Absolutely. NQ's kind of doing its own thing today. Are you trading the micros or minis? Micros or minis. We got 40 people joining us in the check-in. Smash the like button for folks on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. We'll do a giveaway at 50 likes. Big money selling now. And we're seeing a lot of profit taking here. Gold is going. Bitcoin is starting. Bitcoin continues to push. Index are selling off. Where's my SPY chart here? Okay, there we go. Hugging that VWAP. IW pulling back. So IW. You can see SoFi is out of here. IW, look at that decisive reclaim of 250. Okay. Bitcoin is looking to make another push to the upside. We talked about that downward compression. Two ways to play it: that breakout or that nice little dip buy opportunity on that continued uptrend. Bitcoin, another push to the upside, 95K up next. I'd say the cheapest way to get involved in Bitcoin is Mara. Mara continues to push. Mara is $10. H6, don't know that, but it's 26,000 shares. Okay. How are we doing so far, strikers? How are we doing so far? How are we holding up? If you're waiting after 10 o'clock, 5 minutes. So far, the orb stopped. Both orbs stopped out. We're seeing a nice bounce off this key zone. Trying to decide if we can make a decisive move outside of this range here. So we did gap up. We have not addressed that gap up quite yet. We have not addressed that gap up quite yet. And we're below that 15 on the VIX. I need my VIX to be, there we go. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, SPY selling off a little bit here. Not doing much. Still above VWAP. VWAP still holding. There we go. Now, who sees a head and shoulder? Who sees a potential head and shoulder? Brewing. Left shoulder head. Right shoulder potentially brewing. Take this off. Clean up the chart a little bit. Okay. We dipped into the jaws of that buy block. Buy block, you see it? Yep, right here. Left shoulder, head, shoulder, left, right, left, head, right. Using that pre-market push as that initial move that it's trying to reverse. All right, and validation marker would be higher high. So neckline, this is that neckline, beautiful neckline, provided by this key zone. So SPY not doing much. Off the open, we'll continue to wait. 10 o'clock ISM data, don't forget about that. Silver, nice little push on silver. Bitcoin 93K, of course. VIX 15, create that separation. Gold 44.35. Dollar 98.60, falling off a cliff. ETH pushing Bitcoin. Mags up close to 1%. Google, Tesla, nice recovery on Tesla after that sell-off on Friday. With under delivering on the vehicle delivery numbers. Lilly pulling back. Amazon, nice push to the upside. Potential flag on Amazon. Netflix, nice bounce off that 90, protecting that 90. Meta 658, 660. Upcoming potential flag on Meta. Palantir not doing much. Palantir, surprisingly, right? Palantir, you can think of Palantir as a defense / AI name, right? So Palantir, so we did see a lot of those defense names go, but Palantir, right, is a defense name. So let's see if Palantir can join the party here. Okay. Above that 74.88, hold above that. Okay, what else? JPM's out of here. That's the one that got away. Robinhood also above that 115, got away. Nvidia falling off a cliff, looking to get below 189.90, which is that PML. Chipotle moving to the upside. Walmart not doing much. Coinbase, of course, proxy for Bitcoin, moving is up 7%. Okay, Disney's also up here. SoFi's up 3%. CRCL up 3%. Okay. 10 o'clock. ISM data, guys. ISM data is in. Even though we're chopping around, we're still holding the VWAP. Okay, we're still holding the VWAP. Chopping around. Let's see if ISM gives us that lift that we need. Got a new hourly candle, top of the hour candle. ISM data. We'll read it off to you guys here. Okay. Previous reading 48.2, forecast 48.3, actual 49.7, 47.9. So below forecast, below prior reading, and their forecast was higher than the prior reading, and we came below that. That's the ISM manufacturing PMI. ISM manufacturing prices also came below that forecast, but in line with that previous reading at that 58.50. Okay, let's take a look at where we are here. We can see we're just kind of just existing up here. Okay, where is that in relation to that Friday? Okay, we're right above Friday's highs. Right above Friday's highs, chopping around that territory, indecisive. We do have this major gap up. Okay, so the stage is set. Stage is set. All right, so let this chop die down. If it breaks below here, okay, if this turns into resistance, we can start sliding into this territory here. If it breaks out of here, then we continue to push after taking out Friday's highs. All right, SPY is starting to get some fuel here. But off of what, guys? Off of what level? Off of this key zone. Off of this key zone. Granted, it's taking a lot of time chopping around, but still it's respecting this key zone. Okay, so in this trade, in this chop, just took one trade, got stopped out for the calls, minus 16. When we jump over to the 5, that's what the 5 looks like. Okay, first run into that orb. Okay, turn into a nice little trap. You can see that we closed under that. Okay, like if you look at the things you want to look for, keep a close eye on 687.62. Go to go to trading strategies, and this is one of the things you don't want to see. All right, so when I was in the position, this is my entry, so I'm taking the continuation entry, and then that continuation entry, that candle turned out into a shooter. So when that candle closes, I don't want that next candle to put me in more red. That's why I just got stopped out. That's why I stopped out right away. Okay. Okay, second attempt at that orb. Second attempt. Based off that fuel. Fuel off of that VWAP in that key zone with ISM behind us this time. Okay, so we get that nice little break above it. So first time we got above it, trap. So my thing is, my strength is being in the position before, like trying to capitalize off this with profit rather than engaging that position there. All right, so when you're opening the position, that territory, just have to know where your risk is. But my strong suit, I would say, is playing the move into the bigger move. Okay, that's my strong suit. See if that 5-minute candle can hold aggressively. If it can, that'd be great. Right, the ones who are really being rewarded in this case are the ones who re-engaged here and re-engaged here. Those are the ones who are being rewarded. Those are the ones who could look to take some profits. We do have this highs up here. I want to see how we interact. So it's very difficult for me to go long based off that high. Right, very tight runway. So I want to see it get north that high, come back for that retest. IW is out of here. IW continues to run. IW continues to run. Nice reclaim. They're just crushing the zeros today. They're trying to crush the zeros. If I decided to hold a position through the entirety of this move, maybe I'll see 30-40% drawdown. Okay, that's beyond my risk. And to give you some context, those contracts, when I got those contracts initially, they were at 160. Okay, right now they're at 154. So even though they're back up here, okay, basically I'll still be small red. But saw a massive drawdown all the way. Okay. Into 98 cents. IWM pulling back. So I don't want to see another shooter. If there's another shooter, there's a double top going back to downside. I like how the VIX is still below that 15. Took CVX puts. Oh, happy day. Beautiful job. Fido. How we doing? Late entry 946. Hoping for a bounce up. Stopped out after a close below that 1 minute high. 19 cents. 19% per con. 4 cons. Trade 76. 4 cons. In hindsight, 936 or 945 was the best entry. Off to work. Hopefully I'll do better tomorrow. Absolutely, Firefly. Good stop out, Kevin. Still chopping around this territory, so we go into those highs, reject. We're not seeing any follow through, so no follow through behind the moves. All right, we're just trading in this area. Let that choppy activity die down. Let it pick a direction, pick a side would be great. There's no expansion at the current moment, so those expansion setups are leading to those traps. So head and shoulders off the table. Why? Because we got an equal high here. So in this case, if we come back into this territory, a bounce off this territory would be the best thing if we're going to continue to chop around, right? Just brick wall, trampoline type of scenario. So a very low probability environment in this case. Okay, smash the like button on YouTube, guys. We got 43 people on the check-in. Let us know where you're joining from. One trade so far. One stop out. Looking for the next trade. Let us know if you took any trades up until now. It looks like the industrials are moving nicely here. And help us get to 2,700 subs. Okay, we're a few subs away from getting to 2,700. Okay, few subs away. Few subs away. CVX. Nice drop on CVX. SPY doesn't start doing much after like 11 o'clock, 11:30ish. 10:30 second shift. The textbook second shift grab. I'll be there for it. Right. We know what to look for there. But nice catch on that Fido. Chevron. Beautiful catch. LMT. Fell off a cliff. RTX. Fell off a cliff. GD. Okay. Flagging on GD. It's interesting because usually when we have a pretty significant catalyst, right, the IV goes up, aka the VIX sees some sort of move to the upside. The VIX is flat. So it's almost like the market doesn't really care about what took place or priced it in. It's not of major significance. Okay. It's a major situation, guys. It's a major situation. But the market does not seem to be reacting to geopolitical situations. It reacts more. It's more sensitive to trade related because that hurts that bottom line. Okay, let's see if we can go triple top or get that break finally. Third time's a charm. We shall see. This looks like a slow grind higher. Slow grind higher type of day. Or type of shift. Okay, we haven't had a slow grind higher type of action in quite some time. But that's what it seems to be. Let's go revert back the game plan real quick so we're not too far away from what we want to do. All right, we don't deviate too far away. Let's see where we are. Okay, so this is where we are. This is where we are. Okay, let's drop down to the 15 real quick. Okay, so what we know to be true is we did break out of this downward compression. This is a nice little channel. We got those higher highs. We shifted structure. Okay, we bounced off based off of the fuel at that 680. We dipped into that on Friday. Downward compression break, coming to this test zone. So this test zone is now declared a bounce zone. If we come to that territory, we know what to look for. In this case, we're kind of just jammed up in the middle, right? In the middle of what? In the middle of this runway. So it's either you're in position already off that test zone, now turn bounce zone, right? You're in position already, headed towards zone 5, or you're on the sidelines. Because right now, in this 15-minute juncture, we're going... potentially can go, we have about 3 minutes left. We can potentially go tweezer top. We could potentially go tweezer top and push back to the downside, which would be great. Or this can turn to a full body close on that 15 above those wicks. So if you're in a position, what you want to see in this case is, okay, you want to see at least a close above these wicks here. At least a close above this wick here. That first 15-minute candle's wick. If you can get that, that would be great. Because what this 15-minute candle, what these 15-minute candles translate to on the lower time frame, on the 1 minute, is simple, guys. It translates to nothing. Translates to chop. Translates to not expansion. Expansion took place in pre-market. It translates to this. Okay. So there's no expansion setup. So if you take a look at the orb setup, okay, they gave that orb setup. Keep in mind, the orb is an expansion setup. Okay. Orb is an expansion setup. So it turned into a trap. So we have not taken out those lows quite yet. We have not flirted with those lows or got into those lows to trap those lows either. Okay, so we're kind of just doing this. We gap up, that's what we're doing. We took out those highs initially. Okay, came back in again, took out those highs. And we're kind of in a triple top situation. And we're just on the verge of rejecting off that triple top or breaking above it and getting a nice little push. That's going to be decided if we can close above that, these wicks, at least that first 15-minute wick on the 15. All right, so we're in pursuit of that level. So it's the best thing to be is in position. Okay, it's hard to find a seat on the plane in the middle of the flight. You need it to come back. You need it to land, and then you can board. All right, so the first setup here was to see if we can turn to an expansion type of move based off the fuel we saw in pre-market low. Actually, I didn't get the best entry. So the idea in the pre-market was to see if all the indexes can get above that PMH. Okay, they got above PMH, and to see if we get that follow through off that PMH into those highs. So the ideal entry is here. Okay, so this entry up here is compensation to see if there's a little bit of more room left, but it turned out to be not enough. All right, so there's multiple ways to engage it, but that's the thinking so far during first shift. So in 16 minutes, we'll look for what we need to look for, but currently we're still trading above VWAP. VIX is trading below that 15, chopping around, just accumulating. Okay, we got a question in the chat from Jake. How do I find the Discord? So are you in the free tier, paid tier? Let me know, Jake. If you're in the free tier, I can drop the link. The free tier is awesome as well. If you're in the paid tier, let me know when you join. I'll check the back end. I'm having some issues on the back end. All right, but thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. So what are we thinking here, guys? Do we break? breakout, another rejection. That's what's going to come down to. So it's either you're in position, or you're trying to get establish a position if this can turn into support. If not, you're looking to adopt a bear, because this is all resistance. Yeah, so with the YouTube membership, I'll drop the link to the Discord. Tons of great resources there. Not sure if the president will be speaking today. He should be. Maybe, we'll see. Oh, let's take a listen to CNBC. Our good friends at CNBC. See what they got going on. I'll drop the link to free tier here shortly, Jake.
At least in the first half of 2025. I think in 2026, what's going to get a lot of attention is the China shock, which is the fact that they are really dumping at a very large way in the world. You know, that Chinese export volumes are exploding, up around 40% or so, and they're doing that by cutting prices dramatically.
Good, thank you very much, sir. Excuse me. Yeah, those wicks. You know, it's a Wickville. All right, wicks everywhere. On both ends, right? So in this case, guys, just let it. If you're frustrated after getting stopped out, don't let that frustration bleed over into entertaining poor quality setups. All right? Poor quality setups. Slow grind higher. We are double inside here. Double inside. On the 5, the hourly, we're still inside on the hourly. No surprise. Inside, don't decide. All right, that inside, including the pre-market data, we're still leaning inside there. Just extended trading, just the intraday data, just intraday data. Hourly candles coming up at 10:30. Okay, bottom of the hour, we'll get a new hourly candle. Amazon is just bleeding, huh? Amazon. Oh, Amazon's going. Okay. Nice little push. It's a mixed bag today. So it looks like the consumer discretionaries are going. Defense names are going. XLF is gone. SMH semiconductors did experience a nice little gap up. The only sectors that are seeing a push to the downside is XLU and XLV, XLP, staples, and real estate. Everything else is green. Everything else is green. Okay, the Qs need to really join the party. If the Qs can start joining the party, that's when things can start to really move. Okay. The Qs are above that PMH. Okay, now all the indexes are above PMH. Yep, Amazon is out of there. Hood, APP, JPM, another flag there, nice break. 332.54 test, monitor those spreads. Palantir, ugly chart. Meta starting to go as well. Netflix Looking like it wants to go flag breakout here on Netflix. Choppy action here. A moment of truth. Moment of truth right here. We're trading below that 15 on the VIX. Moment of truth. Okay, starting to push. Excuse me. Okay, slow grind above that, above those highs, nonetheless, and push nonetheless. Again, in this case, entries going to be critical. They're making you sit through a lot of pain, whether it's just being patient or whether it's just sitting through some chops. So in this case, entry, they're paying the traders who have the best entries. Okay, that 5 is starting to look good. Starting to get out of that range here. We were range bound for quite some time. We're starting to go. New hourly candle coming in about 9 minutes. Okay, we can hold above this resistance up here. Right. Next level is at 688.55. So we're already directional on the daily, guys. Keeping a close eye on the Qs. I want the Qs to stay above 610.39, 610.40. Right, I want the Qs to stay above that PMH. Gold is pushing to the upside. Gold is pushing to the upside, so the bulls are using this nice little trend line to the upside. So if that support holds, that's what they need to hold, on the verge of a break, out, or nice rejection off those highs. So new hourly candle coming in about 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Are we getting that close above those highs in the 15? You can see on the 15, guys, buying, selling, but we're gradually, which way we're moving? It's a slow grind higher. We're moving up. We're moving on up. Okay, but every level is contested. We want that closure above this candle's wick. On the 15, we got that closure. Okay. So if you're taking that 15-minute breaker, just know where your risk is. Right, it's very hard for me to go long at this particular moment here with those zeros. Right, some people like to do it. All right, my edge or my sweet spot is being in the position already. So in this case, for me to really get involved, I want that measured move to take place. I want some sort of slowdown, and then enter off of us converting this area into support convincingly. All right, so George got disinterested in SPY. Use FinViz heat map to find CVX and Amazon this morning. Sort of new twist of the year. That's a great idea. Referring to the heat map. All right, we got the heat map here as well. And just go into what's hot. All right, we can see Tesla starting to move. We're starting to see Amazon moving as well. A lot of names in the financials are moving. Let's move this guy out of the way. Okay, remember what we said here? A close above those wicks. That's exactly what's taking place. First shift. This might be the longest first shift. I don't know about you guys, but this first shift has felt like forever. All right, let's see if we can hold. That support can hold. That 5-minute can hold. That 15-minute candle can hold as well. This is just a normal retest on the 15. 4 minutes left into the hourly candle. Good morning if you're just joining us. We're joining you from the East Coast, so it's morning time from where I am. Wherever you are, might be different. Smash the like button on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. We'll do a giveaway at 1 o'clock. 50 likes is the goal. We have 41 people joining us this morning. All right, so 50 likes is the goal. The quicker we get to 50, the sooner we can start taking those names to do the giveaway. There goes IW, there goes the Dow, there goes SPY as well. I'm just looking for an entry. I'm looking for an entry to get involved. So if you're just joining us, I did take one trade, a late entry for those calls, did get stopped out, but it came beautifully into this key zone, multiple bounces. We did get ISM data this morning. That ISM data came in at 10 o'clock, and that gave us that fuel that we needed to bounce off of this key zone and continue to push. On the one, if we drop down to the one, we got a nice little ride in the waves on the one. As messy as it is, a ride in the waves on the one. The VIX continues to fall off a cliff. The VIX is down 40 cents off of that 15. But how much separation did we create from the time the VIX fell below 15 to where we are now? So by the time the VIX fell below 15 and continued to separate, we were trading right at that 686.87. So from that point on, we're up about 1%. Okay, 1% and some change. So nice little retest right there. Okay, there we go. Finally, looks like once we get that 688.55. 688.55. So all morning, or majority of the morning, we've been trading in this area. We finally break out of this territory. And now this resistance turns to support. Starting to go now. All right. Trading above Friday's highs. We chop, slow grind higher. Looks like the bulls have taken over that level. See if we get into that 685.55 with aggression. That was a beautiful retest right here. Right, pivotal point. Beautiful retest. And now we're really starting to expand out of this area. So now second shift is on the verge. 2 minutes away. We're at that daily upside target. So we blasted past two targets. To give you some idea, we have that weekly upside breaker coming up next. Okay, now the weekly upside break coming up next. We're at that daily upside target. And then on top of that, we have yearly upside target all the way up here, aka all-time highs. Okay. So just one trade during first shift. All the indexes are pushing. That was a nice little retest. Anyone catch that? Strikers, anyone take that? If you did, great job on being patient. Still holding since 9:45. Diamond hand, Gary. So if you're in since 9:45, you should be on the green side now. because those contracts now are at 197. I had them at 160. It's 58% now. Beautiful job. Beautiful job on holding. Right, again, if it's within your risk, I mean, you can hold. Whatever your edge is, that's a heart attack with a huge SL. I don't do well in slow grind markets, staying away from this 100%. So now if we come and revisit this area, I can look to entertain it. With this slow grind, you have to have superb entries. If you don't want to sit through a lot of drawdown, you have to have superb entry. So there's entries in this area. Right, but if you're a trader with a relatively tight stop, very conservative stop, right, so you're going to have to combat that by having entry. Sometimes your best risk management is a better entry. Okay, so it continues to push. Now we're just using this nice little support trend line for initial formation, bounce, bounce, and we're above that daily upside target, and we continue to push. We continue to push. So now that hourly candle on the hourly, guys, we are not inside on the hour. Okay, so the hourly thesis. We're directional on the hour. As long as we don't violate this equilibrium. Okay, it's direct. It's bullish. Okay, so it's bullish. As long it doesn't just because something is bullish, it doesn't mean just buy calls anywhere. Right, so now that's where we are. Fueled by that gap up. So it looks like a delayed reaction. Chop, chop, chop. Delayed reaction. Get some traps going. And then it's up 688.55 now. 688.55. The closer it gets to 689.20, the more I like 688.55. Okay, so that's the only, if I can keep my entry, so if it starts doing this, 680.55 looks appealing. All right. Along with that trend line support. So again, this is for the people that are in already. So if I'm in this position already, then I'm deciding what I want to do with those profits. If I'm taking those profits, I'm taking some more runners off. Right, so this is we give it up to the bulls that took the risk here. All right, so we need to calculate exactly how we want to engage this as it continues to push higher. Right, what doesn't work for me ideally is just when something is moving, just get the calls. That's not where my edge is. All right, so the more separation we can create, the closer we get that territory. If we do get a pullback into 688.55. That's the shallow pullback I'll look to take. And if that lines up with that first wave on the 5, that'd be even better. If you're just riding the waves on the 1, if you're a 1 wave rider, right, the first wave was coming up at 688.51, slightly below 55. Look for a flag out of that wave. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, guys, on CNBC. Browns fire coach Kevin Stefanski. This is CNBC. Are we really covering the Browns firing the coach on CNBC on a day like this? Guys, a lot of this stuff is turned into a joke, all right? On CNBC, that's breaking news. Okay. Second shift. We're officially second shift. Officially in second shift, we're expanding. So that first shift highs will come into play here. Let me know how you did in first shift. One trade in first shift. Try to stay as patient as I can during that time. First shift highs are right here. Okay, see if we get that nice reclaim of that territory after bouncing off those waves. It is testing that first shift highs along with that 680, 855. The VIX is sitting right at that 1476. First shift highs got grabbed. All right, so if you take the calls is right here, the fact that it broke that level, you don't have a lot of time to take profit. You might see a single digit appreciation depending on your entry. Okay, so let me know how you guys did first shift. Okay, let me see. Nasty Wicks on the 5. I'm seeing your messages. Tesla's gone. Yeah, gold is out of here as well. Bitcoin is going as well. Streamlabs, please refer from being a little carrot. There's a key level. I'm waiting for rejection of it. If it keeps going, I won't be there for a slow grind higher. Yeah. Key level here. If the VIX starts to bounce, this thing's going to start to slide. If we get it close below this level, the risk being this candle's high, we can start to slide to the downside. Nice little inefficiency on the 1 for a nice entry. See if you can dip into that. So we grab first shift highs. That's that 5-minute breaker level. If we break this support, if this support fails to hold, slide and coming. All the VIX needs to do is wake up. Okay, no more sleeping in bed. Wake up. That's all the VIX needs to do. Beautiful job, Mixon, on taking those puts. See if you get a nice little bounce. Setting up for those puts for this structural break. And this sends us back all the way. So once we got first shift highs, that was a tell. Got that the daily upside target, first shift highs, starting to drop, falling off a cliff here. So that hourly candle is starting to look like a shooter. Hourly candle still has 50 minutes left. So that's not up for grabs quite yet, unless we just go completely engulfing, bearish engulfing in the next 50 minutes. Okay, nice shooter type of candle up there for that drop to the downside. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. Anyone else take the puts? The puts, 12%. Great job, Gary. See if we get an initial bounce. Might have to look elsewhere, guys. So in this case, if the market is pulling back, we want to look at the names that have the most amount of strength and look for potential flags on those names. Okay, so we're going to go over to Tesla. Is there anything structurally setting up on Tesla? Nothing too clean. Maybe a retest of POC, first wave. So look at the names that have all the strength. Okay, nice little retest of 9 EMA on Amazon. Okay. Netflix giving back some of those gains. Palantir is starting to go. Right, so this is deceiving. When it says up 4%, it's only taken into account. It's taken into account the pre-market as well. All right, so it's comparing the prior day close to where we are. Prior day close to where we are. See if you got a rejection off that 688.41. Nice little rejection there. I'm looking for the puts. Looking for an entry on the puts. We are trending higher, but I like the fact that we did grab these highs up here. I like the fact that we did break this structure here as well. On the one, doing that little retest. We get a nice push into 688.41. I'll take that drop to the downside. And then face the waves, right? And then face the waves. So in this case, this 5 minute candle is a continuation. It's not a reversal. So if you kind of just go back to this chart here. So it's almost taking that drop into here. And of course, being out of the position by then and seeing if we can continue to push lower and no buyer step up. If we do, if they do step up, then you're out. You get stopped out of those runners. Stopped out of those runners. That's what will take place. See if we can get one more little push. One more little push to 688.41. The idea is this, counter trend trading. The risk will be session highs. That would be the risk. Back into this territory here, that should give double digits. Just couldn't make it quite into it. See, we want one more bounce. The reason is because I like how the VIX is bouncing here. The fact that the VIX is bouncing is giving me that confidence. If the VIX starts to break down, then we can do the other thing. The bounce off of these areas can come to fruition. So say if the VIX starts breaking down, getting below that 1478, we're in this territory. Bounce takes place. That can be different. And we're putting some pressure on the 1 minute waves. And at least come back into here. This candle's high. If we can come back to this candle's high, that 1 minute candle's high, I'll be there for it. Right, I want to have my entry as close as I can to this 688.55. If you're in the puts already, it's working out in your favor. Good. Too late for puts. That message came in at 10:40. It's 10:44. So if you're able to get the puts here, right, close to that retest of 688.41, you're already in the green. Depends on what your risk is. Depends on what you're looking for. All right, for me, I want to keep that entry at that 688.41 territory. I want to get that response off of it. But just keep in mind, if you are taking the puts, you're counter trend trading. Okay, you're counter trend trading. That's what you're doing. You're going against the current trend. You're going against the current trend. If this wicks out all the way, on the one, I can take it to the downside and use this candle as high as my risk. This has sell blocks high, so let this clear up. We're inside on the 1 minute. If you're waiting for that retest, it's almost like the price needs to get into this area here. So I'm just looking to take a drop. Right, just very tight window to here. Right, in hopes that buyers don't step up. If they do, then my runners get stopped out for double digits after taking profits. Okay. If we close back above 688.41, then there's nothing for me to really take. I want to see that. I want to see that interaction here. And I want the VIX to continue to push higher. What a way to kick off the week. On the VIX to continue, coming to 688.41. IW continues to push. Okay, see if we can start the wick. Aggressive wick, I'll be there. No wick. No entry, no trade. No trigger, no trade. Okay, let's get some sort of shooter here off that level. I'll take the puts. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. My risk is session highs. I'm in the puts here, 689s. See if we get some follow through here. Okay, I want the VIX to continue. I want the VIX to stay green. If it starts to go red, if it starts to break down, starts to work its way down to 1476, that's not what I want to see. I'll still be within my risk. My risk will be no close above that 688.65, 688.55, which is that daily upside target. I'll give it about a 10%, 15% buffer. All right, but ideally, I would like us to stay below that blue line up here. Okay, so nice rejection on those puts. If you get some follow through to the downside, okay. Follow through would be critical. Okay, there we go. Go, go, go. Again, it's Monday. On Monday, we like to ease our way into the week. Less size on Monday, less size on Fridays. Just to get a feel for what's going on. The rest of the indexes, if they pull back, that's going to help, not hurt. So here, no close. I don't want us to close above this. I know we're in the midst of a push to the upside. I know we're slow grind higher. So I want no close above there. Okay. See if we can squeeze double digits out of this. Okay. TP where you need to. We did see 5. Average fill 111. Go, go, go. That 5-minute candle, if it can go engulf into the downside, that'd be great. Only 5 seconds left. So a lot to ask for 5 seconds. This 15-minute candle though is up for grabs. Ideally, I don't want to. I mean, if it triggers this 688.50, if you want to have a very tight stop, that can be your risk, right? Because it can go 2-1-2 and then go 2-2. All right, just depends on where your risk is. Now, my risk is going to remain those highs. Okay. Okay. Up 7, up 8. With this candle, I want some follow through. TP where you need to, guys. Don't wait to TP. Okay. Up 10, up 11. I'm gonna take a majority off right there. Thank you very much. At 11. Down to runners. See, get some follow through now. Back below it. All right, this back and forth is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is there's no follow through. All right, so I'm going to stay in with the runners as long as the trade is valid, not discounting the fact that we are testing that 9 EMA just below us in pursuit of this zone here, in pursuit of us coming into this retest zone. When we do get there, I want there to be no buyers. Okay, that's going to really take the contracts from 15, 20, 30 to 40%. Okay, that's when it starts to move. But initially, took a majority off at 11. Okay, just to ensure that the trader is paid at all times. All right, anyone take that? If you did, great job. See if you get some follow through behind it. 11%, guys, on a day like this, it's something you need to secure. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. There we go. 15. Okay, there we go. There's buyers waiting here. So again, make sure you're taking profits. Did see 15. Already secured a majority off at 11. And keep in mind, the more sideways we go, the more that premium gets eaten. Okay? The more that premium gets eaten. If you want to have a conservative risk, right? Conservative, you're in a position with me. Your conservative risk can be, hey, you know what? No break and close above here. Okay, super conservative, ultra conservative, no break. Moderately conservative, no close above there. All right. Because that's going to be a 2-2 continuation. We went 2-1 to reversal, and we're going to start to continue. Okay, how we doing, guys? Waiting for the 9 EMA to protect. They keep, yeah, that 9 EMA is right there as well. You're waiting for us to get below it, Hero. And you have to understand the 9 EMA is right under. So if you're bearish above 9 EMA as a test at 9 EMA, right, you can always scale out to ensure that test doesn't lead to a bounce. VIX continues to push north, which is good. And what we need is a break of these lows on the 15. The sooner the better. Then we can go 15-minute reversal. Okay. Back into the hourly equilibrium. All right. That's what we want to see. That's when we can start to roll back into here. And probably that's when the buyers can potentially step back in. All right. So we have room to the downside if you're still within your risk. Tremendous job. If you're just joining us, right, we talked through this idea, walked through it, locked in some profits, babysitting runners here. On a slow market like this, can we at least get 3 sell candles consecutively? That would be great. So fewer and fewer buyers are stepping in here. So it's getting a little dicey for the buyers. This break below 687.96 would be great. Again, another double-digit TP opportunity if you haven't taken TP already. I highly recommend paying the trader. Okay, up 18. Go, go, go. take some more off right there. 16. I'll take that any day. And my NC will be moved to here. Boom, boom. There we go. Okay. So no close above that 688.41. No close. If we close back above it, I'll close runner here. Okay. If we close above it on the 1. So my NC would move to right here. That's the actual level. Right there. So no close there. So runner's down to being down 2. TP at 11, TP at 16. Did see 18. All right, so just taking advantage. All right, taking advantage in this area. So no close, 688.46. No close above that. No close is allowed. Okay, we'll cut it right there. Okay, out. All right, so that's turning into 9 bounce possibly. And we went engulfing on the 5. So again, done with that trade, done with that idea. TP at 11, TP 16. Final stop out, last runner, -4. So in this case, all right, so what my idea behind this thinking, behind this setup, was trying to take it short into the bounce area. That'll give us about 30, 40%. Right, but buyers protected this area and now got that engulfer on the 5. All right, so even though during we were inside in that juncture, we were still able to maneuver double digits. Okay. All right, because what I really want to be leaning towards the long side off of this territory. So just basically shorting it into a long side opportunity and then potentially longing it in this area if it does show some signs of life. So now if we go to our game plan chart, this is where we are. Okay, this is where we are. Okay, this is where we are. All right, we've closed above those highs. We're in that zone 5. That zone 5 encompasses that all-time high. We haven't had a real healthy pullback. It's just been a grind higher since the open, but no real structural healthy pullback, just little dips here and there that keep getting bought up and continues to grind higher. All right. So you can see came right into this inefficiency here. Even if you waited for that inefficiency, say you didn't take these entries here, all right, you're shining as well. This actually would be a better entry than the one I took here. All right, I just had to settle for this entry off of this level, right? Because at that time, at this particular juncture, I wasn't thinking that this would come to fruition. All right, now it did present that opportunity. No, close about that 688.55, which is that daily upside target. That's fine, but in this current juncture, guys, don't lose your shirt fighting overpriced in this territory. It's not worth it. So what I mean by that is if you shot your shot here, you got stopped out, don't keep firing, okay? For the sake of being right. We are structurally trying to break down. We did break this low here. All right, now we're kind of moving sideways. So you don't want to start taking 5, 6, 7 trades in this territory and exhaust yourself. All right, take 1 or 2, maybe readjust if it's still applicable. But don't force those setups in this territory, okay? They're going to make you pay the price. This is the type of action you take a day off 100%. This type of action, guys, this type of action is not easy action to trade. You need to be picky. Therefore, hence, just 2 trades on my end. First trade stopped out for the calls. This one worked in our favor. And a couple of missed opportunities here. This is the zone that we liked. All right. So, but no excuse. We just look for the next opportunity. And of course, as soon as I leave, it wants to dump. That's fine. It can do whatever it wants. If you're still in it, okay, you can potentially be laughing to the bank. You're probably up 15 to 20%, maybe 25%. If you got the entry here off of that level, okay, you're laughing to the bank. You have the leverage now. Okay? You have the leverage now. All right, folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We got 48 people joining us on YouTube. Make sure to hit the like button. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers have been watching for more than 3 to 5 episodes. Take the next steps and take advantage of the resources I have in our community and be a member. We live trade every day. There's not only live trading, it's live training as well to get you to become a profitable market participant. All right, the days of just being on the sidelines and watching the move take place and not being active, those have to be long gone. All right, commit to the process, get educated, okay, take advantage of our resources and put yourself in position. Okay. So even this, there wasn't too much drawdown that I had to sit through. Maybe 7-8%. Okay, so if this leads to more of a break, right, I'm really paying attention to this 15-minute as well. Look at the VIX, which way is it going? Anyone still in this? If you are, tremendous job. Didn't protect when I should. I have an exit with only 20% profit. Then I go. I loves to do that. At least you got something out of it, hero. Again, these conditions, if you're break even small red or even green in these conditions, it's a win. And conditions like this, guys, small red is green. If you're sticking to your plan. On a day like this, small red is actually green. That's a win. Because this is designed to wipe you out. This is designed to bring you into the day with a preconceived bias based on the geopolitical situation. If you have and that bias can be fueled by your political lean. They want you to have that bias. And then based off of that, you justify some sort of setup, okay, to fulfill your bias. And guess what happens? Nothing happens. Everyone loses. They chop everyone up. Textbook. Okay, so whenever there's something the market is trying to price in, there's going to be something called a volatility shock. A shock to the system. What surprises me, guys, is with this geopolitical catalyst between the U.S. and Venezuela, the VIX is below 15. The VIX didn't even wake up. The VIX is still sleeping. It's not to downplay the situation. All right, this is a big deal. All right, it's a big deal, but we go to the market. The market tells us the truth. Price is the truth, or the closest thing to the truth. Everyone else is just giving us ideology. On a day like this, CNBC wants to cover the Browns firing their head coach. I mean, that's the irony. Okay, we're talking about a leader that just got toppled, and you want to talk about a football team's leader getting fired. The irony. Okay, so it's very important that you stop buying what the media is selling you and just start developing the skill to interpret information from reliable resources from both ends of the spectrum, do deductive reasoning, read between the lines, understand who the key players are, and you base your opinion off of that. A great way to do it is the market. Okay, the price is not going to lie to you. Okay? Is the price going to manipulate you? Absolutely. It's going to look like the truth at times, and you get tricked. But in this hyper media headline, everyone has a megaphone type of environment, there's too much noise. You don't know who's who. All right, the ultimate truth is going to be just follow the money. Understand how the market works. All the asset classes, the relationships they have. The money has to go somewhere. Okay? This is a for-profit endeavor. All right? This is not, I'm not political. I can care less about the politics. Okay? What's going on is 3D chess. What's going on is 3D chess. All right? But they just need a reason to get in there. So the reason is the cartels. But this is really the play between China, US, Iran, Russia. Okay, this is how the big boys play. All right, and guess what? Whether you like it or not, we're the biggest of the biggest. And we have to ensure that remains that way. In my humble opinion. Do you know why? If any other one of those nations were in charge of the world, all right, do you think you would have half the rights or liberties you may have right now? If the world was run by Iran, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think you'll be able to trade freely? Can things get better? Absolutely. Nothing's perfect. But this is the closest thing it's going to get, guys. This is as close as it gets. America's as close as it gets. That's it. Would you want the world to be run by China? We have to maintain that spot. And we have to play the game. We can't just lay down and let someone dictate. Right? So behind the scenes, this is 3D chess. This is not something new. This is not something new. So this is beyond a lot of people's understanding. So don't look at the headlines. Just look at the big players and try to understand what's going on behind the scenes. Look what happened the same day. Who did that individual meet with? Okay, you have to do your due diligence, guys, and read between the lines. Okay, is America a perfect nation? Absolutely not. But show me one. There's no such thing as a perfect nation. This is as close as it gets. Okay, this is as close as it gets. If you let any of those other countries rule the world and they are in charge, it's not going to be pretty. Okay, it's not going to be pretty. You're not going to have the freedom to practice your religious beliefs. You're not going to have the freedom to even speak up. It's all forced and mandatory. All right? So always take that into consideration before people start viewing the situation from a political lens. Understand the landscape. Understand who the players are. Understand what's at stake. Okay? Everything does not have to be seen through a political lens. That's the illusion. Nice little break above that NC. See if you get that nice continued push. All right, and look at the market, guys. The market, no response or minimal response. Just a regular day. Okay, just a regular day. Okay, I'm sorry, George. I completely disagree with you. America has 200 years and has driven the world to crap. I disagree. I disagree with that. But we can agree to disagree. Right? But look around. Okay, don't get convinced by all this political garbage, especially for the Americans. Okay, especially for Americans, the political game has been. I mean, we have to wake up. That's it. Right? America has no freedom of speech. I'm reading the comment, which is what a democracy is all about. You can't criticize Israel. That I'm sorry, is authoritarian. I think there's freedom. There's freedom of speech in America. I would say the other countries. I mean, look what happened during COVID. Right. So I don't want to go too political, too history, too left, right. Right. I try to stay away from that business. But on a nation by nation cases, okay, let me know what nation has more levels of freedom than America. Whether you like it, whether you don't, pound for pound, which nation has more freedoms than America? Pound for pound. Okay, pound for pound. Here, you can practice whatever you want to, as long as you're not harming yourself, harming another individual, you can do whatever you want. You want to start a business? Go start that business. Test it out in the marketplace. Okay? You want to practice a certain religious belief? Go ahead. But what you need to understand is your rights, okay, in this country ends where someone else's starts. So don't think rights are entitlements. So your rights they go as far as where someone else's rights start. Right, so everyone has the right. And these other countries, guys, they're look around. And the things that are going on in these other countries is trying to, it's leaning towards unfolding here. Certain ideologies. Okay. I'm seeing a ton of people on the platform criticize Israel all over my feeds. I don't see anyone dying. Go anywhere else. It's like arguing with it. All right, so I mean, this is the best country on the face of the planet. Okay, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. We all can have different opinions. I've had the privilege of living in Canada as well for many years, so I have a little bit of experience. All right, but for the ones who have not lived in the U.S. or have not lived outside of the U.S., sometimes you don't know how good you have it here. At least my humble opinion. All right, and we'll leave it at that. Okay, so again, chopping around, trying to break out, did break out, got above that NC 680.55, but can't seem to catch a bit above it. And put in the chat, what country do you think would you live in? And the thing is, everyone has a freedom to go anywhere they want. That's the cool thing, right? The cool thing is, if someone doesn't like the country they're in, they can go somewhere else. Let me ask you one question, George. How many other countries in America? Just America and Canada. That's it. So just first world countries. Okay, we can't compare third world countries to first world countries. That's a complete. It's like comparing a mega cap to a small cap. It's a completely different equation. So I'm saying first world countries. Small green on the day. Second test of my account. My focus is working. Good. Great job, Tujin. 100% agree. Freedom stops where others' freedom starts, and vice versa. And agree to disagree is called respect. 100%, right? It's good. Disagreeing is a good thing, guys. Everyone can't be on the same page, but having that respect is more important on a human level. Right, on a human level, just respecting the person. No, you can believe what you want. You can have your opinion, because my rights end where's your start, and vice versa. Right, same thing. And we can't even compare United Kingdom. We can't compare Australia. We can't compare New Zealand. We can't compare Canada to the U.S. That's not up for debate. Those countries, in my again, humble opinion, right? They're already fallen. Humble opinion. What as if anyone of my Americans in the chat, I know we have some people living abroad, which is awesome as well. Right? But at some point in time, you're going to want to come back home. You're going to quickly realize there's nothing like home. Okay? Living in another country would be vastly different from those. Very interesting conversation, sure. Not just this. 100%. So I'm not excusing the things that happen. I'm just saying the state at which we're in, we have to acknowledge everything in history. 100%. Right? But overall, just pound for pound for a country, if a country had to be the police of the world, would you trust Iran to be the police of the world? Would you trust China to be a quote unquote good police of the world? Would you trust any of these other nations to be the police of the world? I wouldn't. I know what's going to happen if some of these other countries have full autonomy. Including the U.S. Nothing better than America. So yeah, the female basketball player who hated the U.S. loves the U.S. now. Oh, what was the basketball player? I forgot what her name was. Are there parts of the country that are flawed? Absolutely, guys. I'm not discounting the fact that there's things that are wrong, things that happen, things that are messed up. I'm not saying it's a perfect country with no flaws. No. But pound for pound, if you compare it to any other country, this is the closest. There's no total freedom. This is the closest it gets, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it was the basketball player. I lived abroad 2 years. I kissed the US. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation to say the least. Right, we can have those conversations, right, and everyone can express their opinions respectfully. So we're just chopping around here, third shift officially. Make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. But what spawned the conversation is basically what's happening, of course. We all know. In Venezuela. And whichever way it goes, to be honest, we can, as long as the market is moving again, we can care less which way it goes as long as it moves. Because we have a quota, we have an agenda, and that's to capitalize off the movement in the market. All right, so anyone else in any positions? Just 2 trades so far today. Last trade was the puts. Worked out favorably. Couldn't really get that full follow through. But the main thing today, guys, is just survive. Survive in advance. Don't take too much damage. All right, on a day like this, small red, if you're stopped out once or twice, I would consider that break even or green because this is designed to wipe you out. I said it earlier. There are many other countries in the world where people are happy in their own terms. I would definitely want to travel so many countries of the world, meet different people, understand that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. And even in this country, I would say there's like 4 or 5 Americas in one. Right, and unfortunately, is tied to. Fortunately or unfortunately, can be tied to socioeconomic status. Right, so you can be experiencing different side of the country depending where you are on that spectrum. All right, but there's still some elements of upward mobility. Okay, so there's still some elements of upward mobility. There's still a chance for someone to go from one level to the next level. Even this, guys, we get to click buttons. Anyone who lives in Canada, I still have some family that lives in Canada, right? That if you think taxes are bad here, if you think taxes are bad in California, okay, ask the people up north about taxes. Okay, there's a tax for everything. Smash the like button on YouTube. We got 40 likes. We'll do a giveaway at 50 likes. The universal function of the United States. Not afraid to go to war, institute order, even if it seems absurd. 15% and less service in Canada. Chicago taxes are unreal. 51st state. At the end of the day, the whole objective is, guys, not to be beholden to the country and let the country make something for you, but just take advantage of the opportunities wherever you are. Utilize the resources that are available to you, right? And make something out of yourself. That's the main thing. All right. Sometimes you can't choose where you're born. You can't choose where you're from, right? But if you can just control the controllables, take advantage of the resources wherever you are. One of the resources being trading. All right. If you have trading available to you, is it hard? Absolutely. But it gives you a chance. It just opens a door. All you can ask for is an opportunity. Now it's just up to you. Get a nice little break there. Continue to push. So that turned out to be, this is a slow grind type of day. Grinds higher. Respect that 9 EMA. Continues to push higher. First date, my tax money. Yeah, Orb did present an opportunity today. Look for another opportunity in third shift. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. I like how the VIX is starting to collapse here. If it gets below 1475, that can really open up the door for us to continue to push. Absolutely, Arthur. We might break out of that block. We'll see. It's teetering. It's almost there. If we go back to the hourly real quick, we have a new hourly candle, bottom of the hour at 11:30. This is what we got so far. So this is hourly structure within the 15-minute time frame. So we're not going to open up in force on the hourly. If we jump over to the hourly, you can see if we can close above these highs on the hourly, then we're going to be in force. And in the next 3 minutes, this will become the hourly range. All right. So all we did in this hour was just continue the previous hour's move, right? But not to the same degree, right? Significantly less. A little bit of selling pressure we did see. Right. So now it's going to come down to this hourly candle to see if we can continue that. We're going to drop down to 15. Okay, we're going to drop down to the 15 here. Okay, so this is what's going on. So if we get that break, you can remain bullish just from an hourly perspective. Doesn't mean just buy calls as long as we remain above that equilibrium. But we're just gradually grinding higher. If we drop down to the 5, this is what it looks like. Okay. So the best stretch that we did see is 20 minutes of buying. 5, 10, 15, 20. Now it's tit for tat. So 5 minutes of selling, consolidation. 5 minutes of buying, consolidation. Engulfing, selling, buying, selling, selling, buying. So let's see if we can string together at least 15 plus minutes on the 5 minute. So 5 minute, 3 to 5 green candles consecutively, or 3 to 5 red candles consecutively. Okay, so far we're just moving higher. We open up at that 686.54. We're currently at 688.61. If we take a look at that daily candle, we can see nice full body candle. If we look at that, including the pre-market, right, it looks like a massive green candle, right? So you can see how bullish it is since the pre-market. Okay, so we did have a post-market gap up, pre-market gap up. So both, on both fronts. So this is the daily candle so far from the pre-market. So you guys tell me, is this bullish or bearish, this candle? This is as bullish as can be. But from a trading standpoint, from our standpoint, it just doesn't mean that it's bullish, go long. There's more nuance to that than just saying go long. Okay, so we have to just wait for the time to go long. Even on this candle, this kind of candle, there are some opportunities to the downside. This candle doesn't need to flip red for you to take trades to the downside. Okay, now if we take a look at our daily candle, 9 EMA plus trend line, we're on the verge of another breakout. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I want to see where we are by the end of the day. Okay, so there could be a potential that we do gap up. We do have a handful of catalysts. Today, I think we do have the CES conference kicking off as well. CES conference kicking off. take a look. Yeah, so it looks like NVIDIA, there's a keynote on NVIDIA for CES by Jensen. CES is an annual tech conference. So at 16, so at 4 p.m. after the close. So NVIDIA, special address. Very strategic to do it after market close. Okay, so it's a tech conference for this week. Okay, we can see some names that are important names. We have, of course, NVIDIA, Intel, but the ones that stand out to us is the future of computing. That's going to be on Wednesday. That includes Qualcomm, Adobe, HP, and Caterpillar. So autonomous mining, electrical, heavy machinery, autonomous vehicles. That's going to be Caterpillar there. So keep a close eye on CAT and the industrial names. And on top of that, tomorrow we have no catalyst tomorrow, and then we have a bunch of red folder for the rest of the week. Okay. Okay, new shift, new opportunity. Let me know how many trades you took so far. So far, 2 trades for me. If you're done for the day, be done. Let us know. Life is much better than okay. Life is much bigger than country, politics, and religion. Travel and learn. For everyone, take what's good, the bad away. 100%. All right, I agree with that. Feel free to check my continuation. Tracking G setups. Yes, I altered a little bit. 11 weeks. Yeah, so go check out Chill Ideas. Again, if you want to be a captain for the Discord, all right, you can just send me a message. I'll give you your own channel. All right, you can post the things that are relevant and you deem helpful for the entire team. But if you go under Chill Ideas, he goes over all the orb back testing. If you can see the orb, the 15-minute orb that is in this case, you can see for last week, okay, there was 96 opportunities. Win rate is 48%, but 42 are. Right, so it takes a different kind of mindset to lose more. So basically lose 6 times, win 4 times, and play the game as a loser to be a winner. So on paper, you're losing trades, but on reward, you're winning. Right, so go check that out. That's posted every week. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Anyone in any positions? Let me know. Bitcoin, another breakout on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is on the verge again to 95. Okay, so Bitcoin runaway, major level, 90K, finally breaks it. We've been watching 90K for multiple weeks. If you can get above 95K, that's when things start getting really interesting, because it doesn't have as much resistance as it did from 90 to 95 as it has in comparison to from 95 to 100. 95 to 100 can be a smooth elevation with minimal interruption as long as it continues to go. The hard part was getting above 90. That's the hard part. Okay. So it's got proven otherwise. This is resistant until proven otherwise. So this is what proven otherwise looks like. Okay. And that's what proven otherwise looks like. We do have. What's going to happen is, guys, you're going to see a ton of things here. You're going to see a ton of things because we're chopping around. You're going to see multiple patterns, a ton of things. It's like you're in the middle of a desert and you're going to get you're going to start seeing mirages. All right. Let's get the likes up. You're taking it to the downside again, Mixon. I know you took the puts last time. Great job. 11:35. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe, guys. and check out this short video that encompasses the features of our live trading mentorship community. We'll be back on the other side.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.
Okay, we're back. So if you want to join our community, there's multiple ways to do it. You can use the code TRIAL30. There's a 25% off for the trial for January enrollment. Make sure to take advantage of that. The links are pinned in the description. I believe there's 10 to 15 spots left, 10 to 12 spots left. We'll go over all that at 12 o'clock. Notes trades today for me. First day back on the job. 1,000 plus emails. Yeah, so you got to play catch up. So great job on having the maturity to say, hey, you know what? I got a busy day. As much as I want to trade, let me be disciplined. Let me focus on what I got to focus on and not taking those trades. So I would say not taking trades is much harder than taking trades. It's very easy to take a trade. Okay? So great job, Lynn. Yeah, the first day back is always tricky, right? The first day back is always tricky after the holidays. But it was much needed time. No spies, MES. Okay, good. So same kind of thing what took place with this trend line here. If you recall, bounce, bounce, bounce. We have another one here, bounce, bounce, bounce. To be honest, there's nothing I really love. I'll keep a close eye on second shift highs. So if you are taking the puts, if you're taking those shorts, keep in mind you're shorting this slow grind higher. All right, so in that case, you have to know if you see a little bit of profit, it might be beneficial to lock in, rather than trying to catch the very, very top all the way for that collapse, right? You don't need to, your price does not need to collapse for you to extract profits, okay? You don't need to collapse from here to here for all the way to the floor for you to extract profits. You can make profits in small spaces, okay? So we have second shift highs up there. Let me remove this real quick. There's an old level, So we've just been hugging this 688.55. 688.55. The VIX is at an interesting place here. The VIX, let's go review that real quick. The VIX is at an interesting place. Okay, so the VIX, the most important level for us was at 15. We got below, we got into it back into, we dropped, retested it, broke, and now we're at this very interesting place as SPY continues to push the upside. So what would be the trap? The trap would be if SPY gets above second shift highs, it spends a little bit of time above it, shows some signs of weakness, maybe some sort of shoot around the 5, and the VIX goes double bottom, bounces, that's going to be a good chance it's going to be a trap. If we get above those highs, first shift highs, we continue to show some signs of life, no nice break and close above second shift highs, and the VIX slices right through this low, and a failed double bottom plays out, and it continues to sell off. We could possibly look for a retest, a break, retest, bounce off of second shift highs. All right, so it's going to come down to what does take place here. We want to just watch it closely, okay, to see if we get that double bottom. More than likely, that trap comes into play. Okay. So you can see it took out first shift high, same thing. So in this case, what took place was here. This is what we took advantage of earlier. Okay. We took advantage of this trap. We caught a small piece of this trap here. All right. Or the tail end of the trap. All right. The trap took place here. And then once we did drop, couldn't get that retracement back at that key level. And then we took advantage of this here, this nice little drop. So same thing again. See if this trap leads to a structural shift. Break below 688.55. Violate this support. So the fourth touch turns into a breakdown. Fueled off of this trap. In that case, for that trap, double bottom is necessary. On look at that. Okay, look at that. On the VIX. So if you're bullish, you want to allow this to be a trap and let it come into your levels. All right. So you need some sort of drop into your levels. On the 5, we've been riding that 9. We've been riding that first and second wave on the 9. We have POC at 688.55. If you played that trap, okay, so the best way to play the trap is you can play with conservative risk. Same way we play the downside trap, a candle formation, break of that candle's low, use that very next candle as your high. If you want to have that ultra conservative risk. So in that case, it's just a one candle entry, one candle stop. Very simple. All right, based off that level. For us to really shift that structure, we need to come into this territory. If you're bearish, okay, we need to break below these lows and then continue to drop. If you're bullish, you want that to remain support. So far, it's been support. We have a key level there as well. So we've been gravitating back towards the 680.55 for quite some time. And we continue to gravitate towards it once again. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway at 1 o'clock. 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. If individual names start giving us some nice setups, we'll start trading them midweek. All right, let the dust settle. Let everything kind of just shape up. JPM still looks good. What's moving and grooving here? During the last hour. Okay, last hour, we're relatively flat on the last hour. So on the daily, right off the bat, we are seeing some movement on Amazon, Morgan Stanley, the financials, Goldman Sachs, AXP, Meta, Tesla, Caterpillar, AMAT, a couple of defense names right off the open. And so far in this current hour, okay, flat. Nothing 1% quite yet. So we're seeing T-Mobile there, LRCX down close to 1%, 0.79. So everything's flat. Semis are taking a hit in this current hour. Slide to the downside. Nvidia holding up. A little bit of green in transportation and healthcare, communications. A little bit of green in retail. Oracle sliding, Google sliding, Microsoft flat, Meta flat. If it smells like a trap, it's a trap. Few points on my futures. Good. Anyone else? I'll look to take probably 2 more trades. All right, just waiting. Again, if we want us to kind of break out of here, we need the VIX to slice through that 1474, 1475, and continue to drop. That's going to open the door. If you're wondering where all-time highs are, we're still a few points away. But the next key level ahead of us is 689.20. 689.20. $689.20. So out of the two scenarios we laid out, VIX is doing one of them. Out of the 2 scenarios, VIX is doing one of them. Keep in mind, guys, we got a giveaway at 1 o'clock. 50 likes is the threshold. Continue to push. Anyone see the game last night between the Ravens and the Steelers? What a game. I was able to catch the 4th quarter. What a wild sequence. That was a wild sequence. Can Aaron Rodgers do it? Can he get one more? It's going to be tough. But I think he's the last of that era. Yeah, I think he's the last of that era. Nice little break. I like how the VIX is falling off a cliff. I wanted to break that level. XYZ. Let's see. Google. Some ugly charts today, guys. Don't exhaust your capital, your mental capital. Mondays are designed for us to ease our way in to the week. Okay, you see how it failed to go double bottom and then it breaks these highs. That's great. So if it went double bottom, then it turns into a trap. It is close to 12 o'clock, so best bet might be 1 DTEs to give yourself the best chance if you're still looking for an opportunity. I want to see how we interact with these highs up here. Hourly candle continues. So the hourly, we continue to get bought back. Continue to get bought up. On the hourly, we continue to get bought up. So we are continuing to get bought up. Continue to push to the upside or direction on the hour. All right. So on the hourly, if you're just looking from an hourly perspective, okay, you might be thinking, this is the intraday. This is intraday. Okay. What's the big deal? Everything looks to the upside. Nice little Momo hammer in between. So Momo hammer meaning momentum hammer. And now we're at this key level. So see we get a rejection off that key level at least into this nice little first, second shift highs. And then bounce, that'd be great. If not, the more separation we create between this level, okay, the more higher we get away from it, the better for that retest it becomes. Okay, the better a retest level it becomes. Look at this slow grind higher. On slow grind higher type of days, it seems like you're not moving. All you got to do is zoom out. What you start realizing is, okay, we opened up at 686. And we're on the verge again to 690. Okay, we're on the verge again to 690. Clear up the chart a little bit. Okay. So that's shallow. Pullback that coincides with our key level is right here. Take a look at this. I'm going to refill on the coffee, guys, okay? So I'm going to refill the coffee. In the meantime, let's take a listen to CNBC, our good friends at CNBC. So headline is breaking news. Minutes away, Venezuela, Maduro to be arraigned at New York federal court. All right, so it looks like we're seeing some protest. Okay, people just expressing their right. Okay, so we'll take a listen. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll back to coffee, chai tea, no cough, no chai tea, and back to coffee. All right, so I'll be right back. Again, pay attention to this level of that retest. That would be the best opportunity, possibly. Very shallow. As long as the VIX stays below that 1475, we're going to continue to push the upside. And I'll be right back here. Just grabbed a quick 20%. Beautiful job. Was that your first trade of the day? If it was, great job. I know that took a lot of patience. Allianz was a tremendous job on exercising that patience. I trust Mike Tomlin, so I have to try. Yeah, I don't want to see Mike Tomlin get fired. All right, I don't want to see him get fired, and I can't imagine him being a coach of a different team. Some coaches they're with one team, and if that team lets them go, that's their career. I still don't know why Bill Belichick went down to college, but I mean, he's been with multiple teams, but we know him for the run with the Patriots. And of course, NC State. We smacked the Patriots. We smacked the Tar Heels for our last game. Minutes away. Here we go, guys. Live coverage. Live coverage.
And now here we are in about 10 minutes. We are expecting to see Maduro in federal court. They were captured, by the way, in Caracas on Saturday morning. And then by Saturday evening, they had been delivered to the Air National Guard base in...
We're starting to see some volatility here, guys. We can see a nice little injection of volatility. VIX is still headed north. Again, midday. Beware of those zero DTEs. They're losing value at a very quick rate. If you're looking to take trades, at least have 2-3 areas of confluence, not just one. All right, and I'll be right back in about 2 to 5 minutes. Okay. In the meantime, let's take a listen to the to CNBC.
Beginning back in 2011 and then again in 2020. So we're keeping our eye on the situation as it develops here. We're waiting for word from inside the courthouse any minute. Carl?
Contessa, thank you. Every element of his whereabouts being closely scrutinized, including that Nike tracksuit that he wore
on the way
into the country. Contessa Brewer. Still ahead, China's tech IPO frenzy gains more steam with yet another high-profile AI-focused debut this week. Tech Check's going to take a closer look at the impact for global competition. We're back in a minute.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
As teachers, taking care of ourselves is taking care of our students. AG1 gives me a little bit of kickstart to my day, and I know it's full of ingredients that help support my immune system. I've got a whole classroom counting on me. I don't want to miss a day.
I always wanted to teach money management, and that's why we created this club.
This is really a great way when you do not have access to this type of information to learn.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join-Jim.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
As a contractor, I find sometimes the most impactful thing you can say is what you do on your own home. A couple of years ago, we put a pool in our backyard, my wife and I. There was only one choice for the decking around the new pool. We used TimberTech because of the low maintenance on the product. You can install it and just enjoy it for its lifetime.
Epay, redwood. I mean, after 1 year, you're sanding and refinishing if you want to keep that sharp look. If you don't want to sand and oil every year, you want low maintenance, go with TimberTech.
Look, great blue heron. You know, when I go, I'd like to leave some money to the local bird conservancy.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com now and make it count.
Trust and Will. Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
China's IPO market seeing a revival driven by some new AI names. The model maker Minimax reportedly set to price its Hong Kong offering tomorrow at the top of the range. Our Dear DeBosa has more on that in today's Tech Check. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So China's AI boom, it's now showing up in the public markets, while the U.S. version, it's still locked behind private valuations. Minimax, as Carl said, this is an AI model builder. It's just the latest amid this absolute frenzy of AI IPOs in China. Just over the last few weeks, there's been more Threads coined China's answer to NVIDIA, up 500% on its debut. Another chip maker, Meta X, surged nearly 700% on its first day of trade. And then you have Baiyan jumped 80%. So now the pipeline is moving from chips to models, and it's not slowing down. You've got Minimax and Jipu AI, also anticipated to list in Hong Kong soon. Their foundational model startups going to market early in the AI build-out. Now, the average age of those 6 Chinese companies I mentioned is 6 years. Now, part of this is capital. China's late-stage pool, it's smaller, and so IPOs are one of a few ways to raise real money over there. Now, compare that, though, to OpenAI, which just turned 10, or Databricks, which turns 13 this year. There's Anthropic and xAI, yes, they're 5 and 3 respectively, but even there, the message is cautious in terms of an IPO. Now, all of this matters because public markets, they don't just provide capital, they force price discovery, real-time feedback on how much risk investors are willing to underwrite. OpenAI is now one of the most valuable companies on earth by private valuation, but investors, they're left trading around it. They have to guess how much of OpenAI's value is durable or already priced in or circulating between the same few balance sheets. Now, that may be holding back the broader AI trade in America. Chinese investors, they now have a purer play AI trade that includes a new generation of chip makers and model builders themselves. That could be coming through in performance. The Hang Seng outperformed the NASDAQ last year by nearly 10 percentage points. And as the model race accelerates, guys, there is a growing irony here. Chinese AI model builders and chip makers, they're actually offering more visibility to markets, and that is a key point.
So I guess, and the other sort of interesting factor here was the acquisition by Meta of Manus,
yes,
which is a China, it's Chinese native, right? I know it's a Singapore company, but I do wonder if we're going to see more of this and whether there will be geopolitical implications at some point or intervention by either government.
That's such a great point, right? Manus AI was a Chinese company, and they moved everything to Singapore and basically cut off their ties with all of China. Now, Chinese AI startups, even though they've proved, really interesting and really robust in terms of performance, like DeepSeek.
Okay, back. Just on time. Nice little bounce off that territory. If you can pull back a little bit, I'll take the calls there. If you did take that off of second shift highs, great job on being patient. Nice little combination. Retest. Once it got above that 689.20, see if you get some follow through behind it. Ideally in this case, VIX staying below that 1472 would be great. Let's take a look at it on the 5. On the 5, it's turning out to be a nice 90 EMA test. That 5-minute candles test still hasn't cleared out. China's AI-powered IPO. Okay. Highlights public versus private. Debate in U.S. AI. All right. See if we get a nice little push in this territory. Looking at the calls in this area. First shift highs, so you can drop one more time. In this case, I want the VIX to make a lower leg. Just waiting to get that good entry. Breaking news here. Let's see. Just have to be mindful of this. Want that to hold. Pull in a little bit and I'll take it. Pull it one more time. The official break on the 5 for that continuation will be a break above these high strikers. All right, but if you got the entry here, tremendous job. Target 689.20. Always TP at double digits. Take a majority off if you need to. So once again, coffee refill. Just in time for a setup. Maduro setup here, another card. Okay. So what are the charges? Okay, let's see the charges. Okay. Narco-terrorism, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices. The machine gun stuff, I think that's going to drop. It's more the narco-terrorism. Again, we know that's just an excuse. Right? 3D chess. More than likely has nothing to do with the drugs. 3D chess. Oh, yes. So, Alan, I just saw your comment on Chill Ideas post. So, I do have a playlist designated to that, guys. All right. So, for those of you who did join, okay. So, I'll start doing this more and more because I have more people joining us every day. At least once a day, I'll review the features of the Discord. So, when you do join, you want to head over all the way to this educational, SAT Academy channel. Once you do get there, you have a couple of choices. I have a couple of things to go over. You have the entire day trading options course, which is a 5-hour course breaking everything down. This is a major thing you need to watch. I would say if you've been trading for less than a year, I highly recommend you watch this entirety before taking any trades this year. Okay, have the discipline to finish this course before you take any trades. right? If you've been trading for some time, you have a good understanding, you have a good idea what your strategy is. Still watch this course. That's going to solidify your foundation and give you some mindset tips and approaches you can implement right away. But I highly recommend watching this. And the Shockwave 15, all the orb related stuff is here. Okay, so this Shockwave 15 course, all right, it's a back test / course. You walk through the entire thing. It's an 8-part series, 9-part series. You go over everything over 11 weeks. All right, so make sure to go check that out. And that's where the all the terminology comes in, Alan. All right, so those are the 2 courses you can take advantage of to get up to speed. If you're looking for the proper way to play those breakouts and breakdowns, this is a great way. You can apply that to any time frame orb. Those principles are universal. Okay, that's going to be available under the SAT Academy. Under SAT Academy, a bunch of stuff there. Okay, so take advantage of that. So that is added for you guys. For the ones in the Discord, this is included in your plan. Okay, that's included in your plan. For the ones who haven't taken the course yet, that's available. And of course, the bootcamp is available as well. Okay, Bitcoin jumps above 93K after the attack. Yeah, we were saying pay attention to 90K on Bitcoin. Yeah, to start to run this weekend. If you were paying attention to Bitcoin, start to run this weekend. Very timely. Okay. If you time the time of the attack, the time of the the invasion, or however you want to call it, and where Bitcoin was, okay, you can draw parallels between those two. So anytime you guys have any questions on how to use the Discord, if you're new, let me know. Every single morning, the game plan is put in here as well. Okay, so the pre-market routine should be here. Okay, so I post that at 7:30 today, all the levels. I'm also giving you this nice little graphic. All right, so you can see day 2 out of 252. Today's day 2. All right, so again, always keep that in mind. And this was the plan for today, the test zone. Okay, we did break out. See how we can respond to this test zone. That leads us to that nice push to the upside. We're kind of just trading between that zone 5, the bottom, close to the bottom end of zone 5, and we're basically entering zone 5. Okay, and the live trading is posted here every morning. It's posted in the chat also here. Okay, so now we're starting to sell off here. See if we can go double bottom in this territory. Really respect this area. If we can, I'll be there for it. So I want this breakdown to lead to a breakdown into this territory, go double bottom and catch it. Not a full breakdown all the way back to 688, 55. If we stretch this support here, you can see that support is holding. Very timely. First touch, second touch, third touch, fourth touch being put under pressure here. So I want to see a nice combination there. If we can't get that combination in the next 8 seconds, I'll take that to the upside based on the 1 minute combo. Okay, get that close. I'll take it right there. Taking the calls right there. Risk being the violation break of these lows, the support. Okay, so I'm in the calls. Okay, see if we're gonna break at that level. There we go. Go, go, go. Get some follow through. Okay, so no close below these lows. See if you get some follow through behind it. That 90 is right below us. If we violate this trend line support, then I'll get out of there. All right, give it about a 10-15% buffer. Okay, Down 5, down 4. So I don't like this last candle. See if buyers can pick it back up. If it continues to drop to the downside, that can lead to that break. So now it's officially being tested here. I want some fuel off of it to break this nice little resistance there. Get some follow through and counter this candle. So the bulls punched. Okay, so we want to counter punch by the bears threw a punch. We want to counter punch by the bulls. All right, you don't want to take consecutive blows. Okay, you got to send a counter. So no close below here. The support in pursuit of that 9 EMA. Retest in pursuit of the zone and pursuit of second shift highs. In that case, I want the VIX to start pushing to the downside. It's starting to wick. It can stay where it is. Down 3, down 4. Don't like that last candle. Down 8. If we get that full close, I got to get out of there. Okay, stopped out there for 6. If it fuels back up, I'll take it. Okay, stopped out here for 6. If it recovers, I'll take it. But I don't want this thing just to drop. So stopped out here for 6. Okay, just protecting my downside. If the course corrects, I'll be there. I can re-engage. If the course corrects, I can re-engage. All right, if the course corrects. Okay, it's starting to go here. Yeah, it just shook me out there. Maybe I got a little too hesitant there. All right, if I can come back in a little bit, I'll re-engage again. But what I didn't want to see is, I didn't want to see it completely collapse. Right, so now that I know that it's continued to trade as support, let it come back in a little bit and I'll re-engage, continue to take it to the upside and use this prior area as risk. So what I'm protecting in this area, in this case, is that continued drop into this area. Okay, so let's see if we can at least get a 5-minute hammer in the next 2 minutes. If we can, that'd be great. So we know there's a move brewing here. We got some resistance here. We got some support here. We got a nice symmetrical triangle. A lot of back and forth, testing that 9 EMA. So it just really depends where your entry is. Hourly candle has about 16 minutes left on it. We're inside on the 15. We went shooter on the 15. So if you're bearish, what you need is a break below this zone. You need this zone to get taken over. Right? If you're bullish, you don't want to close below the zone. Did take the zeros in this case here. Shook me out. It's just very slow action here. Okay, see, give one more. One more little drop. Okay, that's a good sign. Paying attention to that 5-minute candle here. In the midst of this mess. This 1-minute candle could stay as a buy block. That'd be great. That would be great in the next 17 seconds. Coming a little bit New 5-minute candle. The official 5-minute breaker, guys, is 689.05. 689.05 is that official 5-minute trigger. Why DTE, not 1 DTE? I tend to move to 1 DTE. Yeah, I tend to do that as well. I want to see if I can get a quick appreciation. I still like the zeros, but I highly recommend using the ones. The reason why I like the zeros is that quick double digits. So my path to double digits on those zeros is very short. The ones, you can give it some time to play out. Okay, nasty candle there, nasty trap. If that's legit, just gotta let it be, and there's no re-engagement. So I did try to take this to the upside. -6. Now we are starting to push the downside on the 15. After going inside. All right. That shooter on the 15. Inside candle. And then now it's starting to slide. This is basically what I was kind of trying to avoid. And that 15-minute breaker is right here. You can see that coincides closely with those highs. And we broke this same drill here, guys. Remember the drill here? Okay, look, we broke this support, get a nice little bounce. We go sell block, chop around. Same thing here, sell block, chop around. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. It looks like it wants to slide to the downside. If you're in position, good. See if we can come back at the 688.79. 688.79. Very similar setup to here. So this support gets violated. Makes that lower low. Makes that lower low. So as long as these highs are not impacted or taken out, we can use second shift highs along with this 15-minute breaker as that retrace reject. Don't have a lot of room. Right, the room is into 688.55. This is our first real drop below the second wave on the 5. As far as EMAs, POCs at the 688.54. So POC coincides surprisingly, right? No surprise, but with that 688.55, which is that daily upside target. So ideally, if I can get some sort of nice little pop drop, that'd be great. Catching that lower high into a lower low. So even if I held a little bit longer on that, maybe I could have saw, I did see 5 initially. Maybe could have seen 7, 8, and then get stopped out for 10, 15. But there's not a lot of room. I want to see that move take place fairly quickly, fairly decisively. 10 to move to 1. Yeah, that's a good protocol to have, Alan. Okay, see if we got a retrace reject in that territory. Okay, man, I can't wait to trade with y'all. Okay. Can't wait to have you back, JB. So JB, one of our admins, he'll be joining us soon. Tremendous technician. And our team keeps growing, JB, from the time that you took your hiatus till now. We're growing not in number only, but in capability. So a lot of traders, a lot of capable traders joining and adding value to the community per usual. So I can't wait to have you back. Sells Twilio. Okay. This is the breakdown. At least come into this territory here. See if you can get a nice little bounce. Get a nice little bounce off that 680.55 and then retest this territory at least. Get some sort of wick off of it and then get that continued drop. VWAP is all the way at that 687.95, 96. Okay, the other VWAP was at that 688.07. Gravitation back towards VWAP. Did the wave start to wave back to the downside? Yep, waves are waving to the downside. So grind lower. So just a grindy type of day, guys. Not easy. Did take 2 trades, 2 stop outs. One worked in my favor. See if we get one more little bounce. Dead cat bounce off of that 688.75. Okay. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. It looks like they're paying the bears here. Bears are getting paid. 50 likes by 1 o'clock will do the giveaway. Okay, so we got 46 people on the check-in. More than enough people to get to that 50 like threshold. So nice slide to the downside. Again, it did come back and retest it right here. Okay, this is the retest right here that jaws that sell block. So same formation here. Okay, you can see, guys, this is textbook, same thing. And you can notice this through study. All right, so we come into shift highs. Different, it played out differently. So it's not the same. I'll say this, it rhymes. Okay, this is cat, this is bat. It's not the same, but it rhymes. All right, same, similar structure, right? We can see bounce, bounce, bounce. We break it, get that sell block, get that nice little bounce off that sell block in pursuit of this level here, get that drop. That was a trade. I was looking to go long in this territory here based off of this area, right? Took the long here, couldn't get that response with some follow through, decided to close out before getting stopped out based on that, what I was seeing here. And we saw that sell block, nice little initial bounce, and now starting to slide. We're now trading back below 688.55. We have not been able to create sustained separation for more than 30 minutes away from 688.55. So we get above it, get below it, get above it, get below it, get above it, get below it. Right? So when we're below it, we tend to treat it as resistance. When we're above it, we tend to treat it as support. At the current moment, we're basically right at it. Okay, we're basically right at it. So we'll see what kind of response that we do get in our pursuit of VWAP at that 688.08, which is VWAP 2. So now let's go rewind real quick. So now on the 15, guys, you can see the 15. The target is down here. This is the hourly equilibrium, okay, zone. When we get over to the hour, look what we're seeing. This is turning into a shooter on the hourly. This hourly candle, the next 5 minutes, a new hourly candle is coming up. So this would be the hourly range. So if we get that break below the hourly candle's lows, we're going to go reversal back to the downside. So we got to wait 5 minutes. If you're in position already, right? If you're in position already, okay, see if you can see it. See if you can factor that into your current runners possibly. I can really get you over the top as far as those profits are concerned. Oil. Oil is back and forth today. Seesaw. Up, down, up, down, up, down. It was taking a look at oil overnight. Yep, there's a lot of activity there. So when I did hear about, look at that nice little drop, guys. This is the ideal entry in that territory. The sell block, buy block terminology is all broken down in my ebook. So it's nothing new, guys. Go review that. That's available to the members. It comes with your membership. I tell you exactly what a sell block is, and I tell you the 3 setups each of these sell blocks provide. There's 3 entry models that you can use. You can base off of those sell blocks. 3 entry models you can base off of those buy blocks. So this turned out to be a trap, right? Even though it was a trap, it doesn't mean that the bulls didn't get paid. But where is it getting the fuel off of, guys? It's getting the fuel off of here. It spends time above that weekly upside breaker, so we're direction on the week. Now we're starting to fall. We're seeking VWAP here. All right, we have second shift lows here. So second shift lows do look interesting. Okay, we'll do the giveaway at 1 o'clock. 50 likes is the threshold. Let's get 50 likes. We're at 36. So 14 likes away. Very doable. Very doable, guys. If you're a first-time viewer, put a 1 in the chat. If you're a first-time viewer, put a 1 in the chat. For my first-time viewers, I have something special for you. Okay, so just wait until 12:30. My long-time viewers, I also have something special for you as well. All right, we'll go over everything at 12:30. At 12:30, we're going to get a new hourly candle. Okay, new hourly candle coming in. So if you're going to take advantage of the hourly reversal, all right, more than likely, you're going to have to take further data contract to really give the idea the best chance. Right, first target, these lows down here. Second target, the very lows of the day. All right, we have a lot of things in between. We have the VWAP in between. We have a lot of things in between. So now, if your reward is here, okay, if your reward is here, this target, should your risk be this large? All right, no, shouldn't be that large. Okay, you can try to do a 1-to-1. All right, just define the risk first, understand where we are, and align that with the appropriate time horizon. Okay, so 1 minute left before this new hourly candle comes up on the 4 hour. Okay. We're inside. So on the 4 hours, the other way. So on the 4 hour, we're inside. So we can sell off on the hourly, but on the 4 hour, we're inside. For us to change the 4 hour, we need to get below that PML. Okay. But we can see that's what we got on the 4 hour so far. From 8 a.m. all the way to 12 p.m. Eastern. All right, so 15 seconds left until we get a new hourly candle. We can see across the board, we're seeing hourly candles. The Q's are already selling off. Keep in mind, this is the extended trading hours hourly candle. The only thing continuing to push higher is IW. IW 250 reclaim turned out to be a monster move. So new hourly candle here. So the hourly breaker intraday on SPY. It's all the way there. So that's why you need a further dated contract, because it's the VWAP is right there. There's a few things that are there. So what I want to do is I want to take a break into this with profit. Okay, I want to take a break into that with profit. So new shift. New shift here. So you've got a retrace reject off 688.55 into that breakdown. That'd be great. All right, came right into that key level. Now it goes into that hourly breaker. So now you have a little bit of a cushion going into VWAP rather than just taking a short right there. Okay. On the 5, we're starting to sell off here. Okay. If you're waiting for VWAP, VWAP is quickly approaching. I got two VWAPs, 687.98, 688.09, about a 11 cent spread. 11 cent spread. This breakdown was beautiful. So in this case, in hindsight, we have the luxury of hindsight in this case. All right, this is a good cut. So this is a good sign of if you did hold the duration of the invalidation market, which was this close below here, 10 to 15% stop out. But I end up getting stopped out here because this candle here, all right, I don't like the way we failed to respond off this candle. So I cut it early there. So we have second shift lows here. We have VWAP there. So if I'm going to go short, I want to be going short into VWAP and taking it lower. So rather than going short here, I want to be in profit by the time I get into VWAP if I'm not going to go short. And see if the runner can violate VWAP. Or else I'm starting to potentially adopt bullish line of thinking. The closer we get to these levels, okay. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. 50 likes is the threshold. 50 likes is the threshold. So it's 12:30. Let's go over announcements. If you want to join our community, there's multiple ways to do it, guys. Again, if you want to join, be part of our live streaming delay-free ad-free stream. Monthly memberships are available. The enrollment for January is open. 15 spots available for the month. Once that's gone, that's gone. Okay, once that's gone, that's gone. Now there's 10 spots left. Okay, 10 spots left. You use the code trial30 to save 25% off. When you do join, you get access to all these features: live trading, all my pre-market game plan, post-market recap, getting started options trading course, 5-hour course, Shockwave 15 course, live trading and trading every single day, trade ideas, along with the pre-market prep stream. We start our stream at 9 o'clock to get us ready for the day, right? And a ton of other things as well. So you get access to that. And most of all, something you can't quantify, you have access to our community of dedicated traders looking out for one another. that's something I can't put into words. I can't quantify. So more than anything else here, you get to be part of a supportive community of traders dedicated to the craft, dedicated to their process, and looking to get better. Okay, so when you're in that kind of environment, it's a matter of time that you also get better as well. Free community is also available for everyone on YouTube. Take advantage of that. Absolutely for free. Every Friday we go live. I share the link. Free Trade Fridays. You have access to a 24/7 stock market news feed. So it's not a ton of news, but it's the most important news you can't miss. And that within itself is free for you, right? So it's a paid feature, but you get it for free, so I can provide value for you. And especially in this news-driven environment, you have to know what to listen to, what not to listen to, because there's so much noise. All right, so this is as related to the stock market as possible as I can make it. Right, so again, that's 24/7. So the invasion that took place, the takeover, however we're going to label it, we did see it take place on the newsfeed. That did get brought to our attention. And if there is major news, guys, one of our team members will bring it to our attention. It's not going to slip our radar. All right, so it's not going to slip anyone's radar. So if you do have information to share, please feel free to share. The other way to join is to save 65% off and join the yearly lock-in for the year, 12-month access, boot camp ticket, as well as a coaching call. Okay, so boot camp, guys, this Saturday. This Saturday, boot camp. It's going to be awesome. 4 to 5 hours of live course material, Q&As. We have a lot of modules to cover, and this is a great way for you to kickstart your year. So if you're an alumni, you're invited. If you're yearly bundle, you're invited. We have a couple of giveaway winners as well. We have the people that also purchased the boot camp as well. If you haven't already, make sure you join this boot camp. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a great way to brush up. It's going to be a great way for you to build that base. Ask your questions. If you took it the first time, I know I go long, guys. I go for 4 or 5 hours. Okay, so it might be like drinking from a fire hose. So if you took it the first time and you want to take it again, you have some questions from the first one, bring those questions. I know a lot of you might not be able to attend the whole thing. You'll have access to all 3 recordings. All right. All 3 of them are slightly different. There's a third one. Okay, so if you do miss it, you get access to the recording. Okay, so very, very important for you guys to take advantage of that. And I look forward to working with everyone. So again, if you want to join if you want to do a self-paced course, that's also available to you. You can take advantage of it. But the best thing is join the community. You have access to everything. All right, $37. That's the trial. You try it out. You take the course. You do everything. If you like it, you stick with it. You dedicate yourself to the process. If it's not your cup of tea, that's okay. Right? You lose nothing. Okay? So again, wherever you are, take advantage of the opportunities. 10 spots left on the trial. Okay, 5 spots already gone. Okay, 10 spots left. Once that's filled up, that's filled up. All right, so we're continuing to move forward, guys. We're continuing to move forward. The conditions in January are only going to be trickier, so you need to know how to navigate these conditions. Know when to pull the trigger, know when to not pull the trigger, and have experience. If you don't, guys, we just saw how the year kicked off. A complete takeover of a country. Okay? To kick off the year. On top of that, we have a jam-packed January. Okay, on top of that, we have a jam-packed January with a ton of catalyst. All right? So I want to see how we interact with first shift highs. Not first shift. These highs up here, I want to see how we interact. This is not really a key level. This is just a level based off of this reaction. The only level that we do have is 688.55. Look how many times we're crisscrossing 688. When we're below it, we treat it as resistance. When we're above, we treat it as support. Okay, so nothing high quality, nothing A+. You can have A+ setup, but the conditions are not A+. You can have an A+ setup, the conditions are not A+. So today we'll do the giveaway. If we can get 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway for the boot camp. Okay, we'll do a giveaway for the boot camp. If you did win the boot camp previously, there's about 3 to 5 winners in my notes, make sure to send me a message in the Discord, and make sure to send me a message again. All right, I need to collect all those emails because Saturday comes around. I need to send out the emails to the link. It's going to be done through Google Meets. Okay, it's going to be done through Google Meets. All right, so it's going to be a jam-packed session. I look forward to working with everyone that does attend. If you don't have your ticket yet, make sure to get your ticket. Okay. And subscribe, guys. Let's get to 6,700 subs. 6,700 subs by the end of the week. We can do it. 60% of the people that view are not subscribed yet. I think IW is the name of the game today, right? IW. IW. What's that 250 broke? It was just out of here. We're just out of there. Yep. So close. Yep. So if you're on the yearly, you automatically get a boot camp ticket. Okay. So that comes with your, but that ticket you can use to whatever boot camp. All right. So you did win on YouTube as well. So good, good, good. So that giveaway is going to be at 1 o'clock, guys. At 1 o'clock, we need to get that 50 likes. 50 likes. You guys have been showing tremendous support. And this boot camp, it takes 4 to 5 hours. All right, just me talking and covering the material. So you're not shortchanged. I give my effort, full effort. I really care about you learning this information and really retaining it. If we need to take a little longer, we can take longer. But that's your time to get those questions answered. That's why I'll have to keep it a small classroom environment. All right, so come prepared to learn. Come open-minded. Have notes. Have questions. Okay. I'd look to take advantage. Speaking of taking advantage, took 3 trades today. Only 1 trade worked in our favor. All right, stopped out here 6%. Might have 1 or 2 more left in the chamber. Trying to be as patient as possible. There is such thing as being too patient at times as well. Okay. All right, but just trying to take advantage of what the market is giving us. It's not giving us much. All right, so this is not one of those channels where, you know what, we're going to just be full throttle at all times. All right, we're going to implement best practice even in these conditions when we do take those setups. We're not going to allow the setups to make us modify our risk. Okay, that's not the game we're going to play. All right, so if you're looking for me to take 10, 15, 20, 30 trades, this is not the program. Okay, we have to be calculated. And we have to also know it's Monday. We have 4 opportunities. There's 4 days waiting for us. We can't go all in. It's like if you're running a marathon. It doesn't matter how fast you run the first mile. You're not going to win. If anyone does watch marathon running, okay, during the first few miles, everyone is there. Everyone is just outside of the pacemakers. There's a huge crowd. Everyone is running. Everyone is fast. What you'll notice is the winners are somewhere in the back or in the middle of the pack. So 99% of the people who are in the top 20 spots or top 10 spots during the first mile are nowhere to be found during the last mile. because the ones who are going to win, they're running at their pace. They can care less who's beside them. They're running at their pace. Okay? They have their time. They know what their time is. They're checking the time. They have the pace setter. And by the time they get to the halfway mark, the people who are in the front of the pack, they're nowhere to be found. All right, same thing on Monday. It's a five round fight. You don't want to get knocked out on the first round, or you don't want to come into the fight and look for a knockout in the first round. Because if you try to look for a knockout and you miss, you're going to be exhausted. You have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the market will take advantage of your exhaustion, your mental exhaustion, and your capital exhaustion. So pace yourself, ease your way into the week. That's why I have the Monday protocols in place. Okay. Done for the day. Was just chilling here. Thanks, George, again. See you. Absolutely, Gary. I know you're joining us from across the world, so thank you for staying. And hopefully, we're able to if we were able to sell those calls for a profit. If you were, great job. What time is it in Vietnam now? Let's see. What time is it in Vietnam? So, yeah, Gary's joining us from Vietnam, guys. So, folks on the East Coast, I'm on the East Coast, so I have no excuse. 12:47 a.m. Does this finally break? Or is it a fake? Break or fake? We're 9 likes away, 13 minutes left. 9 likes away, 13 minutes left. Okay, starting to push on the 5 minute 212 212. Oust the president, okay. Pleads not guilty.
In Caracas, the judge did grant that. There was also a request for medical attention for Nicolas Maduro as well, but no details were given about why he needs that. The judge has set aside the issue of bail for right now, so they are eligible to request it. They are eligible for a consular visit under their rights because they are not from here. The next hearing has been set for March 17th. We keep our eyes on this, but again, not guilty pleas from both Venezuela's president and his wife. Scott.
All right, Contessa, appreciate it.
Not guilty. I wonder who his lawyer is. If you're a lawyer, that's a great opportunity to take on that case for free. I mean, you might get hated by some folks, but that's going to give you a lot of publicity. All right, it's going to give you a ton of publicity. Okay, starting to catch a nice push to the upside, downward compression break. If I'm a lawyer, if I'm a young lawyer, or if I have a law firm, that's how I make a splash. Controversial. That's how you make a splash. Right. Because just imagine if you somehow win that case. But we'll see how it plays out. So that's kind of the cloud hanging over the market's head. We'll see how it plays out. In the meantime, we'll just continue to do what we do. Okay, we'll continue to do what we do. We have no control over how it plays out. We just have to be spectators in this case. Inside on the hourly, it is midday, guys. It means it's taking 3 trades on my end, then that's it. I want work to my favor. Stop out on 2. So sitting at a small red currently. Okay. Uh, 10 more minutes for the giveaway, guys. 50 likes is the threshold. If we get more, that's better. The more, the merrier. Okay. Nice rejection off that zone once again. So we come into it, we reject. As far as the 5 is concerned, somewhat of a head and shoulder, you can argue. All right, if you squint, you might be able to see it. All right, but there is a head and shoulder there. You can see it. All right. Ascending head and shoulder. What are we reversing? We're reversing the move from first shift. Okay, so whenever you see certain patterns, the first thing you want to do is ask yourself, is it a reversal pattern or a continuation pattern? When you answer that question, second thing you want to ask yourself is, what are we continuing? What are we reversing? It can't be a reversal pattern if there's nothing to reverse. Okay, by definition. It can't be a continuation pattern if it's not continuing or consolidating at a certain point after initial leg to the upside or downside. So in this case, somewhat of a left shoulder, head, right shoulder, a little bit dislocated left. All right, ascending neckline. It's going to boil down to VWAP in this area here. The fact that we can't create sustained separation for a long period of time away from 680, 855 just goes to show you the back and forth that we're seeing. How many times have we touched this level? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's too many visitations. All right, too many visitations of this level. I mean, if the market closes here, okay, the bulls did their job. This is a very good day for the bulls. Let's check on this last hour here. On this last hour here, okay, flat on the daily. Chevron, CVX continues to push. Tesla's 4%. Palantir, helped by that gap up, continues to go. Financials catching a bid. The Robinhood was the one, guys. Hood. At 115 on Hood. And Hood is flagging here. So what is it looking to continue here? So this entire leg, Hood is looking to continue. If you see it, you see it. You guys see the flag? If you see the flag on Hood, okay, type me in the chat. If you pull up the Robinhood chart, if you see a flag on Robinhood, type me in the chat. So now if you like to trade those flags, it's right there. Are there any key levels, significant key levels in that territory? Intraday levels. There's nothing there, so it's just a flag on its own. It's just an EMA and that channel. Okay. So if you take a look at Hood, let's go to the 5 real quick. You can see it. So it makes that nice. So this is actually a nice move to the upside. And it's flagging right here. Okay. So, nice push on hood. Sweet spot is in this territory. There are no significant key levels. We did fill that gap, I believe. Okay, we had a gap here that we filled. All right, so we filled this gap from December the 23rd. December 23rd. If we go to here real quick, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, let me see. See if that gives us a little bit of context. Okay, we're above that weekly upside breaker. Monthly equilibrium is right there. So intraday, so there's no major significant levels. We do have a little bit of resistance up here, but the entry point that we were discussing last week was at 115. So this is a nice push off that 115. So hood, keep a close eye on hood. Pay attention to that flag. Okay. We're seeing a lot of wicks off of that 122.64. Hourly, we're looking to go tweezer top. VIX is working its way back to 15. Like it never left. Like it never left. Do we got 50 likes? If we got 50 likes, we'll start taking some names for the giveaway. We're at 40. We can get it done, guys. We have 2 minutes left. Then we're at 42 likes. We got 42 people on the check-in on YouTube. Smash the like button. So far, over 300 people stopped by. So appreciate you guys stopping by. So out of 300, 40 is very easy to achieve. 50 is very easy to achieve. Okay. If you have any chart requests, put in the chat. Outside of that, guys, yes, December 20th gap closed. You're always on the money with the gaps, Allianz. Always appreciate it. And if you're a first-time viewer, come back tomorrow. Continue to view us. We're live every single day. Continue to tune in. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. But our show really starts at 9 a.m. Okay? And that's available to our SPY Strikers, our Strikers team. So on days like this, the objective is to survive, not to do too much damage. All right, you want to be able to easily recover a day like this. Don't let this frustrate you out the gate. Don't make it Don't let it exhaust you. If it got the best of you today, okay, just have the self-awareness to come to the conclusion. It did take XYZ did take place, and tomorrow's another day. All right. This is a real game of psychology, guys. It's not easy. Sometimes things do get away. Okay. That level. So what I want to see is separation here from that level. I'm keeping a close eye on Hood here. Looks like it wants to get all the way to VWAP. Let's see some of those names that were initially running, if they start to course correct and push back the downside, or if they're testing some levels. Let's jump over to the 15 here quick. Okay, see if Lily is bottomed out. Probably diverging there. Amazon. POC test 9 EMA on the 15, 232.95, 96 awaits. We did see Netflix make a push above that orb, giving some of those gains back. Nice little trap. Meta continues to push. Palantir, ugly chart on Palantir. JPM continues to push higher. Nice test that VWAP. Apple, nosedive on Apple. 267.85 retrace reject on Apple. Apple kind of just flows to its own drum, beat of its own drum here. So Apple retrace reject first wave on the 15. On the 5, that translates to third wave. So Apple, dead cat bounce, retrace reject. If you're looking to see a gravitation back to VWAP, if you're a dip buyer, you're gonna wait for that reclaim. If you're already in back at this territory, you're living large. All right. So for the ones who are waiting for that dead cat bounce, time's coming up. Time's coming up. Let's take a listen. Breaking news.
Hour pleading not guilty to drug trafficking charges. Eamon, let's start with you.
Hey there, Kelly. The UN Security Council went into emergency session this morning to discuss the U.S. military action in Venezuela over the weekend. And so we're getting some fresh reactions from world leaders. Venezuela's UN envoy told the body that the country's institutions are functioning normally today, that the constitutional order has been preserved there, and that the state is exercising effective control over its territory. Now, separately, Turkey's leader Recep Erdogan said that he told President Trump in a phone call that, quote, Venezuela must not be dragged into chaos, and said Turkey will continue to stand with the people of Venezuela. And finally, multiple oil companies have told CNBC's Brian Sullivan that they have no plans to enter Venezuela. Now, that's interesting because you heard the president say over the weekend that U.S. oil companies would be expected to go into Venezuela and spend the billions of dollars needed to reconstitute oil production capacity there. Apparently, that process has not started just yet. We'll wait and see if the White House has any communication with those oil executives in the days and weeks to come. Kelly, back over to you.
I mean, what other response should we expect, I should say, from the White House? Maduro, as Contessa will elaborate on in just a moment, did plead not guilty. I think he said something to the effect of, I'm a decent or honest man. And so they still have to sell the American public on kind of the rationale behind all of this and give us a sense of what's to come now.
Well, there's a lot of good questions around that. I mean, first of all, what's to come in Venezuela? The Vice President, Rodriguez, is somebody who was defiant over the weekend, calling for proof of life of Nicolas Maduro in the immediate aftermath of the strike. Later through the weekend, she became a little bit more conciliatory toward the United States. She was sworn in formally as the president there. So the big open question is, can the U.S. government sort of co-opt the remnants of the Maduro regime in?
Okay, Apple is coming into that rejection zone. I do have that entry back, break below it. Break below that's 267.50. But if it turns into a shooter only, if you want to trail that entry below it for that structural break, If it continues to accelerate, reclaim on watch. See if we get some sort of shooter on the 15, on the 5. See if we can start to wick here on the 5. That's what it looks like. Okay, so I want this candle to give up some of those gains. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. Apple, okay. Healthy spreads. The Jan 9 puts 29,000. I'm looking at the 265s. 265 puts on Apple. Just waiting for price action confirmation here. Okay, so if we get some sort of shooter, right, some sort of weakness to the downside, this will be a retrace reject. So I'm trying to filter out that this doesn't turn into a reclaim. So I want to see some selling pressure show up here, and it will be evident in that candle. Okay, so let this 5-minute candle close out. We can even drop to the 3-minute. Okay. I don't typically use anything below that. Look at SPY falling off a cliff. If you're taking it based off that level itself, it's 267.85. Right? But I'm going to wait for that nice break below these lows. So I can use that entire 5-minute candle as my entry and my risk. So for that one candle setup. Okay. One candle setup, one candle as the entry, the high that candle as the risk. That's the kind of thing I'm looking to do with Apple. George, thank you for your time and effort to make us aware of the market moves. Absolutely, Panky G. That's what we're here for, to keep you guys aware, alert, and educated to make your own decisions. All right. Okay, it looks like we got some protesters. Are they pro or against? Looks like pro. It looks like against. Judge ordered Maduro to appear in court on March 17th for hearing. So are you going to put him on... Is there going to be is he going to have bail? Or is he going to keep him no bail? Okay, paying attention to Apple, looking at this 265s. All right, I like how we're starting to break down here on SPY. Okay, SMH is starting to crack as well. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. If you took that rejection out, that 265.85, you're good to go. All right, so I'm trying to provide that technical 5-minute entry on the 1 minute. You can already, right? You already know where that entry is right there. All right, but the risk is different. If that 1 minute entry is up here, the risk is different. The idea is different. The idea is the same, but the entry and risk is different, if that makes sense. Same idea, but the engagement of the risk is different. Okay? So 52 seconds left. So if we break below these lows, I'll be looking to take Apple to the downside. If we break above these highs, there's nothing to do for us here. And see, that just further supports that continued push higher. So that would turn bullish in that instance. So again, we don't want to break above that. So in that case, that's what we want to look for. We continue to push, nothing there. Break below 260, 267.62. That'd be the idea. Looking at the 265s on Apple. What would help? Apple kind of does its own thing, right? But what would help is if SPY can also break down. Apple kind of does its own thing, like we said earlier. But that's going to help. That's going to help us. 267.62. If you have not traded Apple before, if it's not part of your plan, don't trade it. Just watch. Yep, the Dow did hit all-time highs. The Dow did hit all-time highs, guys. So what are some of the biggest names in the Dow, right? So we know defense is in the Dow. We know financials are in the Dow. We know energy is in the Dow. So the Dow did make all-time highs. So 267.61 is the calling card. Using SPY as a proxy for this support breakdown. Apple did get weakness, does have weakness. Want to see that continued weakness take place for that textbook dead cat bounce. This is Friday's contracts, okay? Jan 9, 267s. Oil raises and Venezuela unrest. Smash the like button, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway here just in a second. Let me see how many likes we got. We got 50 likes. Okay, we hit the threshold. All right, so we'll do the giveaway 1:30. Put your names in the chat if you're going to be part of the giveaway. Very simple instructions for the giveaway. All you got to do is put your name in, be in the free tier Discord, send a message when you win. So you get that nice little break. Okay. Apple's starting to break down here. I'm going to take the Apple puts right here. Okay, I'm in the Apple puts. This idea $0.29 risk. All right, so this is further dated. See if I can take this all the way to the floor. If SPY can start breaking down, that'd be great. That's gonna help. Apple tends to do its own thing. We said that, right? So, but it's not gonna. It's gonna help us if SPY is breaking down as well. So Apple, keeping a close eye on Apple. My risk is here, guys. No close above that 267.88. Very tight risk. 5-minute setup. 5-minute entry. 5-minute risk. Structural retest at this level. We're rejecting. Waves are waving to the downside. Okay, so let's see if Apple can get us over the hump here and continue to slide. So VWAP, we did bounce off that VWAP initially, right here. First tested that VWAP in quite some time. We're paying attention to SPY here on the 5, so no worries. We can see SPY here on the 5. So we're using Apple as a proxy for a breakdown on SPY. Okay. Average fill 140, 265 puts. Okay, these are out of the money. If they can move to in the money, if Apple can make a $2.50 move, these contracts have a chance of going to $3.72. They're currently at 140. All right. Anyone take a bite of Apple? If you did, manage accordingly. Know where your risk is. Nothing too crazy. All right, these are further dated, so you have to just let them cook. Just put it in the oven and let it cook. All right. So in this next 5-minute juncture, okay, I want us to continue to push lower. Right, I want us to continue what we're seeing. On the 15-minute, I like that shooter on the 15. I have a new 15-minute candle as well. So that supports what we're seeing. So when I break below here on the 15. Okay, so if we break below here on the 15, we continue to push to the downside on the 15. Okay. And that high is the same risk on the 15 and the 5. So the 15-minute entry would be 267.50. We have that earlier entry. If we break below these lows, that's going to be great. Okay, that's going to put us in the green. It's nice when a break level is a profit level for you, right? That's the benefit of having an earlier entry based on the lower time frame. Based on the lower time frame. And for this, we're only risking 30 cents. We're only risking 30 cents. So if you want to do a 1-to-1, okay, 30 cents will lead you to here, to 267.30. If you want to do 1-to-1. If you're in a 2-to-1 camp, 30 cents in this case can be anywhere from 8 to 13%, 12%, maybe even less. So the 2-to-1 camp is here, 60 cents. Okay. The 3-to-1 camp is here. There we go. There we go. You see how SPY is breaking down? So they're not going to move as nicely as those 0 DTEs, all right? So if you're used to living life on the fast lane with the zeros, right, the weeklies don't move as nicely, but it buys you more time. Okay. So for me, I'm in the 1-to-1, 1.5-to-1 with a majority. I see double digits, I'll take some off, and then I'll be in the 3-to-1, 2.5, 3-to-1, and beyond. Okay. With the runners. So in this case on SPY to give up VWAP. Okay. SPY to give up VWAP, so we need to stay below VWAP. That's going to further support Apple's drop. Let's see if they can both work hand in hand. In this case, you can see we came back and retested what? Retested this zone right here, right? The sell blocks. So you need to study these sell blocks, guys. Sell blocks, buy blocks, how to approach them. Okay, it's going to come into play in 2026. All right. Okay, Apple is starting to go. Smash the like button, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. We walk through the setup. Our strikers can see the exact setup. All right, I'll break it down here on here. So you can see. All right, so the main thing is, guys. All right, so very simple. Apple is showing us some weakness. Okay, that's good. We want to see that weakness. Apple rejected off of this territory once. So guess what? We want to see a rejection off that territory again. In that case, we're seeing a little bit of weakness on SPY. If SPY breaks, continues to show weakness, that can fuel that drop to the downside. Nice test of the waves, nice test of the orb, and this is where we got involved. So this idea was provided for the puts on Apple to our team members, and we walked through it as well. All right, even if you didn't take it, this is the kind of setups you want to look for. If it broke, great, let it break. So what you're filtering here is what is your invalidation marker. What's going to make you wrong is one of two things. A clean reclaim, you're wrong. Means you're out. A. B. A slow grind, then a reclaim and continue to push higher. You're wrong. Those are the two ways. Okay. So in my case, as long as we stay below that area, stay below that level, I'll remain in the position. This is a 0 DTE, so you have to, not a zero. This is a weekly contract, so it doesn't move as much. It doesn't move with as much volatility as the zeros, which we do like volatility in our case, okay, because it makes our job shorter, meaning we're either going to be right quickly or wrong quickly. When there's very little volatility, IV is lower. They're first dated contracts. All right, they don't move as much unless there's a huge move on the underlying. Okay, so that means we need to leverage the fact that we have time on our side and let the setup play out over the reaction. Okay, so setup idea over reaction. So some lines in the sand I'm going to draw. In this case, is ideally I would prefer if the VIX of the SPY stays below VWAP 1. Okay, that's good. One line I'll draw. So can it get above it? Sure, but ideally I would like it to stay below the VWAP. Number 2, I want the VIX to continue to work its way back to 15. I want it to head north. And number 3, I want our risk to be respected. Our no close 267.88. If those 3 things remain true, I'll stay in the position. If two of those things remain true, I'll stay in the position. If SPY is below VWAP and the VIX is still going north, but Apple gets above my risk, I'll exit the position. All right, so everything is, remember, the most important thing is the underlying itself. Right, so I'm using what's going on across the board to support the underlying, but not discounting that the risk is a risk. Okay, now we're starting to get a bounce off these lows. No surprise. We're grabbing second shift lows. All right, this is a nice setup on SPY. But we don't want that to lead us back above VWAP. On Apple here. Just have to turn into a babysitter here. I did see 2-3%. All right, so I'm watching Apple on the side screen, and I'll go back to SPY. So if anything does unfold on Apple, we'll let you guys know. Risk is 267.88. SPY is below both VWAPs, VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. Okay, I want Apple to continue to drop. That would be great. That would be great. Keep in mind, guys, this is midday trading. Midday trading. Midday trading. Let me know comments. Do we bounce off VWAP? Do we reclaim VWAP? Or do we continue to break down? All right, let's get 60 likes, guys. If we can get 60 likes, we will extend the stream to 2 o'clock. All right, we'll extend it to 2 o'clock. See if Apple can play out. This is a nice reclaim, right? Nice reclaim, second shift lows. So we want that VWAP to be respected. Apple is starting to bounce. Take a look at Apple. Okay. This is where Apple is. So it hasn't hit 1-to-1 yet. Risk, we never see anything, as far as drawdown, we never see anything greater than 5%. So on either side, we haven't seen more than a 5% appreciation or depreciation. So in that case, if the idea is still valid, you don't do anything. All right, unless there's something you're seeing that you don't like. Okay, so one of the variables, okay, is starting to get violated. So remember, we said we want the VIX to continue to push higher. Second variable is put under pressure. So we laid out the 3 things we want to see. But the most important thing being no close above 267.88. Okay, so 2 of the 3 look like they want to unfold. All right. 2 of the 3 look like they want to unfold.
It's possible there's a lot for startups. It's possible there isn't. And there's all sorts of tack-on effects about obviously job creation, et cetera, that we all have to figure out.
No, but I think what you said is we'll see. I mean, it would seem still natural. There's going to be kind of a raft of startups that monetize this in various ways, but it remains an open question if it all, just as you argued, accrues to the big ones. Speaking of which, let's talk about Meta, which had an okay year last year. Disappointing to many, I know. You've often said the best thing they can do with AI is just leverage the ad load, and the algorithm on Instagram seems much better. But now the infighting is spilling out into the public with kind of the researchers at odds with each other, and Mark Zuckerberg having to try to deal with this.
We're back about VWAP here.
For them, and does it represent an entry point for people who are looking for a way to continue to play this theme that still has road in front of it?
Look, in the end of the day, like, there's a few major stories out there of the big behemoths and the impact of AI. And what's clear with Meta is that they have very little liability in their core business around AI, but an enormous amount of upside in terms of what you can do with AI in very obvious ways to like improve advertising, improve their economy, etc. So that's all clear. Mark is a very aggressive guy. He wants to win big. And, who knows the reality of some of these stories internally in terms of what's infighting or what's not. People love a good story. But the upshot is like, I think he and everyone else is playing for such lofty, huge outcomes right now. Whether it's OpenAI or Google or what you're seeing is no one knows how big it can get. And the dream is so big that there's obviously a lot of stress around that. You don't want to miss the bear.
Yeah. Any final thing you're going to be watching for, or that you think the market?
Okay, if you're just jumping in, we're going to do a giveaway. We got 50 likes. We hit that threshold. Apple trade is still in the position, still looks good. Although a couple of the variables got violated. The primary one didn't get violated, so we're still in the position. Still looks good to me. See if we get that continued slide. Oh, it's about to hit 1-to-1. All right, 1-to-1, 29 cent risk, 30 cent risk. There we go. Drop back will OV up. Will be great on SPY. There we go. About to hit 1-to-1 here. Go, go, go. Okay, there we go. We hit 1-to-1. So if you want Apple at 1-to-1, you can take some profits there at 1-to-1. I'm in the 1.5 to 2 camp. All right, looking for that double digit push. Okay, up 5, up 6. Put your names in the chat, guys. I'm going to do the giveaway here. Okay. We're doing a giveaway. See if we get that continued follow through. So we hit we hit about 30 plus cents, 5-6%. If you TP, took a majority off. Good, good, good. You can move your risk if you like. Just man, this all comes down to trade management. So how do you manage it? What do you do with it? That's what it comes down to. On the 15, we have a new 15-minute candle coming up in about a minute and some change. On that 15-minute candle. Okay, what we want to see is a break below these lows. We don't want to see a break above these highs because that can be a 15-minute reversal as we moved into this symmetrical inefficiency on the 15. So I want this 15-minute candle to close strong below 267.25. That'll give me some more confidence. So I don't want to see a push back above 267.68 45 seconds from now to the next 15-minute candle as SPY approaches this nice little break point. Okay. So that 15-minute trigger would be here, that 15-minute range. 267, 68, 267, 25. All right, so I want us to continue to push lower. It's officially fifth shift. Okay, fifth shift. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Okay, new candle here. So we grab second shift lows. Okay, there's a textbook midday shift low grab setup into downward compression break. Shift highs are up here. Okay, now two of the variables are coming true. So one of the variables was what? We don't want the VIX to head north, and now it's heading south, and we want SPY to remain below VWAP. Now it's above VWAP. So now it just comes down to our risk. Comes down to our risk and our idea holding up. That's all it comes down to. But if you did take this second shift low grab, you have to be patient. You're laughing to the bank. First target 688.55. Okay, put your names in the chat on YouTube. We'll get the giveaway started. All right, so put your names in the chat. And we'll get the giveaway started. Venezuela operation boosts crypto.
Reserve, you're looking at potentially a substantial supply of BTC getting locked up for years. That is the kind of narrative that crypto traders love to move on. And technicals are also helping here. Bitcoin is back above its 50-day moving average for the first time since that major October washout. That move forced shorts to cover into the rally. The options market tell the same story. Derivatives exchange Deribit shows the $100,000 call is now the most popular bet on the board.
It reminds me of what Tom Lee said when he came on just before the end of the year, that, October 10th. Everyone talks about that date. He said he thinks we need like a 6 to 8 week shakeout for the market to find its legs again. So this is actually a big test. Will all of these events and speculation items that you mentioned help it find its stride again or not?
Yeah, we started to see this comeback on Friday. So the first trading day of the new year, $500 million in net inflows into those spot Bitcoin ETFs. So a lot of the tax loss harvesting that was being done into December 31st was finally done. People are drawing a line under that. And so you're seeing names like Strategy, and Tom Lee is behind Bitmine Immersion, which is an Ether proxy trade, coming up today in the markets because some of these long-term holders of the coins are sticking to that premise. I will say, though, in 10 days from now, we have a decision from MSCI about whether they are going to count companies like Strategy and Bitmine Immersion as investment funds, which would disqualify them from the index. That is a major potential headwind coming up.
From the S&P 5, or from their version of the...
From the indexes, and others could follow because they're a trendsetter.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Mackenzie, thanks. Appreciate it. Mackenzie Sagalos. Over to Christina Partsenevelis now for the CNBC News Update. Christina?
Hi, Kelly. Well, Senator Mark Kelly said today he would not be intimidated by or after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth began proceedings to demote him and reduce his military pension. Hegseth blasted the Democratic senator for, quote, sedacious remarks he made in a video with 5 other lawmakers calling on troops to resist illegal orders. Senator Kelly, who has 30 days to respond, pledged to fight the move. New federal guidelines will expand the options for cervical cancer screenings to include an at-home test as an alternative to the traditional pap smear.
Okay. Still babysitting Apple, down 2%. It did already hit 1-to-1. All right, so just trying to see if we can get that 2-to-1 going. It is still trending to the downside, so I don't fully buy it that we're starting to recover. I'll start adopting a bull once we show decisive strength above 267.88, which is my stop. We did grab these lows down here on SPY. That was a nice grab of those lows. Reclaim VWAP, nice inverse head and shoulder. Somewhat of a very thin shoulder on the right shoulder here. Left head right, reversal pattern, downward compression, breakout, grab a second shift lows, continues to push after breaking down structurally. All right, so now does this give us enough fuel to get above 688.55? This level has been notorious on both sides. Does it have enough? Does it give us enough fuel to get above that level? If it does, right, we have third shift highs at 688.72. 688.72. And things can get interesting up here for a potential trap up there as well. Okay. So on the 15, we're inside on the 15 here on SPY. We're directional on the 15 here on SPY. We're inside on Apple. Apple is inside on the 15. The reason why we can sit through this back and forth as long as the idea holds up is because, guys, we have those further dated contracts. These are weeklies. Okay, so weeklies, it requires a different type of style of trading, right? Longer time horizon. Just think of the weeklies as trading. Think of 0DTs as trading on 5x speed, and a weekly is just a regular speed. 0DTs is basically you're watching a movie on 5x speed. That's what a 0DT is. Okay. See if we can reject off of here for the sake of our Apple position. That would be great. VIX is starting to push back the upside. See if we can have flip back to being green. And if SPY can reject below here, that's going to be even better. So Apple is back to those levels. It did trigger that 15, and it's starting to go beautifully. Starting to go beautifully here. Okay. See if I can take that to 2 to 1. Up 8. I'm looking to take a majority off here in just a couple. Get that 2 to 1. Go, go, go. Okay, I'll take a majority off right there. At 10%, right at 10%. Down to runner. So there we go, Apple. Okay, down to runners on Apple after a 10% TP. So now after going 1.5, close to 2 to 1, I'm going to move this no close stop, okay, all the way to the 15-minute breaker. So it's going to be near that break even, minus 3 to 5% territory. All right, so covering that risk. So we were able to catch Apple for 52 cents, okay? And you don't take that Apple trade, guys. You want to take that? If you did, great job. If you did it, that's how you want to approach it. Okay, those further dated cons. Textbook setup. That's how you want to manage that position. Best practice. Can you just say, hey, you know what? I want to go 3 to 1, make or break? Sure. But if I see double digits, I'm not going to let that go. I'm going to say thank you very much for the exchange. Move the stop. And then see if there's a little more on the table. Okay, just imagine how many times you've seen a position up 15, 10, 11, 13%, and you didn't take the profit. Those add up, guys. Those add up, and they add up very quickly. All right, so that's what you want. That's what you want to always do. Okay, pay the trader, and then if you have an appetite for risk, if you have an appetite for greed, which we all do have, you can use the runner. Okay. So to get back to Apple, look guys, on YouTube, this was our idea. You can see, this is the entry, this is a TP, 10%, and then now with the runners, I want to see if we can take it to the floor. Okay, the exact level given was here. So the entry is not even all the way up here. So this is the early entry if you're taking that price out, but the confirmed entry is here with seller stepping in. Right. My advanced traders, you know you can take this rejection here. But either or, this is in pursuit of these lows. When we get to these lows, we know we can potentially go double bottom. We know we can pretend that double bottom can lead to a potential bounce. That bounce can translate to a potential handle on this inverse cup and handle. Or it can just turn to double bottom bounce that leads to a double top test. Triple top in this case. All right, so we're in the middle of we're in the middle. So after taking profit, there's nothing for me to do outside of just getting stopped out. Or going all the way to 3 to 1. Okay. Profit has already been covered. George, do you think Chevron is a buy as they give good dividend and perfect for hype? So CVX Chevron. Let's take a look at Chevron. You're talking about for long-term swing trade, long-term portfolio, 5-year hold, intraday for January. So if you give me a little more context, I can answer your question with more detail. All right, again, we're going to do the giveaway, guys. I have the giveaway wheel here, so put your names in the chat. Let's get to 60 likes. We can get to 60 likes. We'll extend the stream. All right, if you're enjoying the content, make sure to smash the like button. So, Alexis, for the ones in the Discord community for our Spy Strikers, if you do join the giveaway, all right, it's for the boot camp. All right, this is for the boot camp, open-ended for the boot camp. Open invitation for anyone to jump in the boot camp taking place this weekend. So the boot camp, we're going to cover all of this. This is what I'm giving away. Getting started day trading boot camp, a ticket. All right. Don't worry about the cost. Worry about the amount of things you're going to learn. All right. Okay, this is an absolute steal for the amount of information you're going to learn. So this is going to get you right for 2026 and beyond. All right, it might take you 3 to 5 years to come to these conclusions. So this will save you 3 to 5 years. Okay, that's if you're doing trading like part-time. You're trying to fit it into your everyday routine. You work full-time. Maybe you have a family as well. So you can't just dedicate 30 hours to trading. Right? If you can dedicate that time to it, it will probably take you anywhere from a year to 2 years. Right? So this essentially saves you 3 to 5 years. Okay, and I'm going to give you the honest take. I'm not going to sugarcoat the endeavor you're getting into, but at the same time, it's the best thing you can do for yourself, especially in times like this. All right. Trading is very, very important. And it's up to you. It's up to you. No one can tell you when to buy. No one can tell you when to sell. No one can tell you to hold for this long. No one can tell you to hold for this short. No one can tell you how many times you can do it. It's completely up to you. Regardless of your background, your age, your race. All right, this is the great equalizer, in my opinion. Okay. That's why I love it so much, right? The price action doesn't care who you are. Okay? That's as fair as it gets. All it wants to do is liquidate your account. And that's fair. All right? And that's fair. At least in my opinion, that's fair. Because it's not making that decision based on who you are. Just based on the fact that you're a participant. That's it. So if you can put a couple of things together, learn a couple of strategies, have the right mindset, okay, you have a chance of picking your spots effectively, right, and extracting profits from the markets. Runners are still up 5%. SPY is starting to get nice. Reclaim, if I were to take SPY, you know, there's our textbook setup, guys. We go over this setup every single day. Okay, especially midday. That's a midday setup. That's waiting for you every day. I'm just babysitting Apple here in the background. Let's get some more names in the draw. We got Dell, 84. Put your names in the chat, guys. Put your names in the chat. And we'll do a breakdown. We'll do SPY starting to catch a bid after doing what? After grabbing second shift lows. This is textbook. Does it have enough fuel to take out third shift highs? We shall see. If you have any chart requests, I'll go over some charts here on all the time frames. Let me open up that chart. Let me open up my trusty chart. My no close in this case will be above here. I'll try to get it close to minus 2 to 3% as possible. I'm going to adjust it to here. With the fact that SPY is starting to rally, I want no close above that 267.52. Okay, close to break even-ish. Right, because this can just be another bounce, and if SPY starts to fade, this can lead to another break on Apple. So I'll give it, I'll give it into that entry point. Okay, maybe give it 3 to 5 episodes. 3 to 5. I was gonna say episodes. 3 to 5%. Okay, so 267, 267.61. So no close above here. That initial entry now turns into the no close. That's close to break even. Okay, anywhere between 1% in the positive to minus 3 to 5%. Okay, CVX. So this is your breakdown for CVX, Chevron. After the situation that took place unfolded in Venezuela, we're seeing a lot of these names in the energy sector seeing a nice push to the upside. And you can see CVX right off the bat on the daily made a massive move to the upside, fueled by the gap up. So the entire market did gap up. All the names, all the indexes did gap up. So this is nothing that's too surprising, but the extent of the gap is what stood out. So as far as where CVX is right now, CVX is trading just slightly below that 165 psychological level. Did gap up and is in the jaws of this gap down that stems from that move to the downside that we did see in April. Right, so in April, we did get the tariff shock, right? We dropped all the way into these lows, and that's the gap we're looking to fill on CVX as we continue to push to the upside. As far as CVX is concerned, tie CVX to the technicals, to the sector to see if there's an opportunity. Let's do the technical breakdown on CVX from the higher time frame. So we'll go top down. So CVX on the yearly is direction on the yearly's bullish. Bulls continue to remain in control. It's still early, but they did take out that high. Therefore, we're bullish on the yearly. We are directional on CVX, so we continue to push the upside on CVX. On the quarterly, same goes true. Double inside on the quarter. 2 back-to-back quarters of inside. So 6 months of chop on CVX. 6 months of chop on CVX. We finally break above that level, which was around that 157.64, and we take off. So the real winners are the ones who took the entry off of this initial break here. All right, so the question is, if you're entering from this point on, okay, if you're entering from this point on, you're looking to enter potentially near that resistance. All right, so if you're looking to enter near that resistance, you probably need if you're using options, you probably need the contracts to reflect, give you the time horizon, give you the time to really play through a potential pullback. Or else wait until we get north of those highs and treat it as support. Right, so that entry would have been that 147. We're at 164, shy of 165. So we're about slightly less than $10 away from that 165. Okay. So again, that's the move on the quarterly, directional on the monthly. Same story on the monthly. So the opportunity on the monthly would be this candle break here, right at that 154. So that's up $10. Again, you can start to see we're coming into resistance. So again, do we have enough fuel to break above the resistance? All right, this is resistance until proven otherwise. The ones who are really reaping the benefits of this move are the ones that are already positioned. The ones that are already positioned, the ones who were there when the opportunity was there, the ones who are looking at the weekly time frame, the monthly time frame, the quarterly time frame, so on and so forth. So for the late entries, okay, for a new cohort of buyers to step in and capitalize off the next leg, we're asking for CVX to get above this resistance, okay, and decisively, swiftly, okay, declare victory above 165. So we need a new cohort of buyers. So the existing cohort has to remain. There's going to be some profit taken, of course. We don't need any seller to step in because there's resistance and then more buying, okay, to drive us higher. So in that case, if I'm looking to go long CVX, if I was forced to go long CVX, and I can't, if I wasn't already long already, I'll wait for a decisive break above 165. Slight separation away from 165. Spend some time above 165. Check back on CVX by the end of the week. Check back on CVX. Check back on XLE, the energy sector, by the end of the week, and see where we are in relation to that level. Right, to see if there's a legitimate break, continue push higher. Right, because we're leaning towards coming to that resistance. If you're in position already, you're laughing to the bank. All right, so I try not to make an entry based off of resistance. Okay, I try not to get the calls off resistance. Right, you want to get those calls off of support, or you want to get the calls off of resistance turned into support. All right, so let it clear out if you're looking for an entry, and let it break out decisively. As far as the weekly is concerned, massive gap up on the weekly. All right, massive gap up on the weekly. You can see how back and forth CVX tends to get. And this is the chop on the back-to-back quarters that I'm talking about. So you can see the chop on the back-to-back quarters. Okay, so we have not broke out fully, okay, from a structural standpoint out of the chop. From a directional standpoint, we did. All right, so is this catalyst enough to get us above? All right, and pushes into ATH on CVX, and that ATH on CVX, okay, is my ATH looks like that 189.66. All right, so CVX, we're starting to see a nice push. We got a couple of gaps to get over. Okay, see, there's not just a gap up and trap. We have earnings coming up. January earnings coming up soon. Okay, earnings season is around the corner. That's exactly in February. February, about a month or so, a few weeks from now, we have earnings as well. Okay, so very important to see where we are. The ones who are really laughing to the bank, enjoying the push, are the ones who are in position. Okay, so that's a quick breakdown on CVX. And continue to pay attention to that level throughout the week. Will be my biggest takeaway. Okay, see if Apple can start breaking down once again. Okay, the waves are waving. Apple position is still up 7%. Any other chart requests, let me know. Put your names in the chat. You're going to be part of the giveaway. Let's get the likes up. 60 likes would be the best way to go. If you did join the Discord community, guys, let me know on the trial. Okay, I'll elevate your privileges on live. Okay, I want to get you access to the resources as soon as possible. As soon as possible. You can't miss a day. All right. What price SPY close? Interestingly enough, there isn't a magnet that I'm gravitating towards from first shift, but it looks like this level is acting as a magnet. That's 688.55, which is that daily upside target. I can close anywhere. It's hard for me to gauge that exact close. If there's a magnet there, I can really give you a good idea. All right, but it's hard to really see where it's going to close. It just really depends on where we are. Okay. There we go, Apple. See if we can continue to push the downside. Get that structural break, follow through. And you don't take Apple if you did. Back to being up 10, 11%. So far, I just took a couple of trades today, okay? Took the puts, 60% there. Stopped out the calls here, 16%. A couple of missed setups, 6% stop out, and Apple. All right, so there are opportunities. I always argue there's too many opportunities. Okay, that's what happens in trading. It's opportunity overload. So it's not the fact that there's a lack of opportunities, that there's too many opportunities. We just don't know which one to take. So narrow your universe down to SPY. All right, have a couple names you watch. Know those names like the back of your hand. Understand their personality. And on days where it starts to get choppy, look for textbook, simple, repeatable setups to unfold on those names. Okay, it's nothing complicated on Apple. I'm pretty sure a lot of you, or a majority of you, know what the setup is. Okay. All right. So you can see it's just a retrace reject. We saw Apple make a massive move to the downside. So this would be a nice little dead cat bounce. We see this all the time. Comes into this territory, rejects, follow through off that rejection to the downside. I want to see if this thing can go to the floor. All right, was I paying attention to Apple every single minute? Absolutely not. Am I paying attention to it candle by candle? No. I'm paying attention to SPY. SPY is the bread and butter. All right, SPY is not doing much. We can always look for something else, but it's the same setups, guys. It's the same setups. These setups are universal. The setups are universal, guys. Universal. Absolutely, Panky G. Again, put your names in the chat for the giveaway. Okay. If we can get 60 likes, we'll extend the stream to 2:30. 70 likes till 3. And then we might even get Power Hour going. We haven't done an all-day stream in quite some time. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. Okay, 12%, up 12% here. Anyone holding Apple, if you are, great job. We didn't see a lot of drawdown. Again, we're back to double digits once again. Okay, it's up to you what you want to do. Completely up to you. I already took a majority off at 10. Down to runners. I want to see if I can take this thing to the floor. 266.75 is the floor. Okay. Look where SPY came to. Just shy of the shift's highs. Came into this overall zone. That sell block has been a brick wall up here. All right. Okay, we're going to find a way. All right, we're going to find a way systematically, strategically. So now on this 5 minute, I want this thing to continue. Break below those lows, get below 267. I want that slide to continue to the downside. Okay, Apple is close to being up 13%. Position was initiated at 1311. So 111 is 2 o'clock. So about 49 minutes. Okay, 49 minutes in the position. So 10 to 12% in 49 minutes. Can't beat it. I remember what we said last year. Right, your goal is not to beat the market or do anything elaborate. Your goal is to meet your wage. Strategically, meet your wage. Doesn't matter what your wage is. If you're trading for an hour, that's your target. Whether you make $20 an hour, $70 an hour, $100 an hour, $20 an hour, that's your first immediate target. You're exchanging your time and effort, okay, for something. So that's your first target. Are you going to make money every single hour? No, you're not. You're not going to be perfect, but that's your first target. So say, for instance, if I'm trading full time and I make $15 an hour, right? I'm a student. I make $15 an hour, or even $10 an hour, even minimum wage. All right, my goal is not to take 100K out of the markets day one, especially if I'm learning. My goal is to maybe put $500 in an account, $1,000 in an account, and literally try to get $20, $30 every 2 hours. And see if I can trade for an hour, for 2 hours. If I can get $20, $30 that day, that's a win. From the perspective of a student, right? So it's not to put up big numbers like everybody, right? It's to run your own race. Meet your wage and then beat your wage. When you do that a few times, now you're getting comfortable, you're getting confident, you're building the discipline, you have some signs of consistency, you're not constantly switching strategies, you're not looking left, you're not looking right, you're not looking to see what this person is doing, what this person is doing. You're just sticking to your plan, and then you can easily beat your wage. And then now you start scaling up a little bit, and then now you're beating your wage. Same strategy with 2 contracts instead of 1. You're not doing anything different. Right? So you beat you instead of 1, you're using 2 contracts. Instead of 2, you're using 3. Now it just continues to go. Okay, if you take it slowly, if you take it gradually, okay, don't get caught up on beating the market, beating this, beating that. Okay, just beat your wage, or meet your wage first. Just meet, then beat. If you can do those 2 things over an extended period of time, the amount of confidence you'll build in yourself and the discipline you'll build, okay, you'll be ready to level up, to scale up, and take everything in stride. Okay, so Apple did see about 14% there. I'm going to move my risk on Apple to first wave. So at least I'm going to get 7-8% out of this. No close above first wave in pursuit of those lows to the floor. Okay. How are we doing, strikers? If I knew what the closing price, they should have a cal sheet. Guess the closing price. Or, what is it? Polymarket. Speaking of Polymarket, let's see what's going on in Polymarket. Keep putting your names in the chat, guys. We're going to do the giveaway here just shortly. We at least need 10 names, all right? 10 names to do the giveaway to make it fair. All right? 10 names to pull the trigger. Like the video if you're just jumping in. If you're just jumping in, this is your first time, you're joining us at the perfect time because we are going to do a giveaway.
Companies with the size and scale large enough to enter a challenging Venezuelan environment. To be clear, my reporting, as I've been reporting all day, says that right now, none of those companies, Chevron's already there, Exxon, Conoco, and some others, no plans to enter the country anytime soon.
Keyword, no plans to enter the country anytime soon. Doesn't mean they won't enter, but just anytime soon. AKA, let the headlines die down. Let it cool off. Our investors might not like that. They don't want to get too political, but at some point, we have to take that. Okay? Anytime soon. Soon being the key word. The giveaway today is the boot camp. Boot camp, January 10th. First boot camp of the year. If you're just joining us, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. It's been a while since we did an all-day stream, so it's going to be up to you guys to get us the all-day. Let's continue to get the likes up. A lot of you are joining. If you join the paid tier, not the paid tier, the support channel, SAT VIP, or Refill My Coffee on YouTube, appreciate the support. You have access to some videos in there, a ton of videos, strategy videos, options course in there as well. So go through that as well. And we'll start doing members-only streams once we get the private members up. All right, so I will add more value to the folks who are on that side, but we can't discount the folks on YouTube as well. All right, so this is available to everyone. So whether you're on the free side, the paid side, right, there's a lot of value you can extract from the stream. How do you beat time decay? You can't beat time decay. The only way you can beat it is just going further out. At some point in time, if you're wrong on the setup, you can't beat time decay. All contracts go to zero. Just think of it like this. In life, how do you beat father time? How do you beat aging? You can beat it to a certain extent, but no one lives forever on the planet. You're going to have to exit at some point. All right? You're going to have to leave at some point. It doesn't matter how healthy you are. It doesn't matter how fit you are. At some point in time, time decay is going to get us all. So there's no way for us to beat time decay, but there's only parameters we can put in place so time decay doesn't affect our position for the particular time we're looking to exercise that opportunity. All right, during that window of time where we're looking to exercise an opportunity, all right, that satisfies the criteria of our setup, we can take further data contracts. We can try to have the best entry possible to give us the best position for that setup to play out, the appropriate risk. That's the only way we can try to mitigate it and try to work with it. But there's no way we can really beat it. If you really want to beat it, just trade equities. Don't trade options. All right, so instead of buying options, just buy SPY outright. Okay, if we close above, that's 267.28 decisively on the 5. And then I'll just close this position out. Did see 14 at peak. Okay, I'll close the position out at 5%. Only if we get to close above it. And see. Let me know if that answers your question, Mr. GP5XL. Okay. Mr. GP5XL. Let me know if that answers your question. Okay, I'll cut Apple here, guys, for 4% with those runners. Okay, so they will squeeze double. Can't continue to go. I have no plans of holding it overnight, right? Even though it's a Friday. So I'll just cut it there an hour before, 50 minutes before power hour. Okay. So not an explosive move, but we're still able to extract double digits with the majority. So I count that as a victory. Options are good for a small account, but risk is too high. So risk, it depends on what you're doing. So risk is inevitable. So one thing we need to understand is risk is inevitable. Even if you're trading equities, if you're trading futures, there's some level of risk you have to take, and that applies in life as well, right? So what you'll understand is the more risk you take, or the more risky endeavor you go down, right, the higher the reward. So what that means is, if you want to play a game that has low reward, you're going to have to play something that has no risk or minimal risk. So now the challenge doesn't become avoiding risk. It becomes, how do we properly engage risk? We're welcoming risk into our lives, because on the other side of the risk is the opportunity or the reward. So how do we properly engage that risk? Have preset parameters that allow us to define our risk. Have a systematic approach on how to filter out opportunities to distinguish what's high risk and low risk within the risk, and then we can properly engage it. So if something has absolutely no risk or very little risk, there's no such thing as no risk, more than likely the reward is very small, or there's no reward at all. Right? So the reason why people don't trade options, or they don't trade options properly, especially zero DTEs, right? Zero DTEs are frowned upon, are looked at as the most dangerous style of trading if you don't know what you're doing. But if you really start to study accordingly, you understand that there's a lot of opportunities with this vehicle, which is the zeros. All right, think of the highway, right? 4-lane highway. All right, zero DTE is the furthest left lane. 5-lane highway, 6-lane highway, whatever you can imagine. That's the fast lane on the highway. If you don't know how to drive on that fast lane, you got to get out of the way. Okay, you have to go to your lane. But think of all the highways as the different options contracts. If you're looking to trade options, but you're looking to trade something intraday, you want to take advantage of a little bit of time on your hand, buy a little time. You might want to, on a Monday, you might want to go to Friday. But guess what? You're going to need to get a bigger drop in the underlying for those contracts to appreciate. So you might have to play something that aligns or coincides with the time horizon. So I'm using the 1 minute, okay? Because I'm looking for entries on SPY or getting reads on SPY for zeros. Because with the zeros, you can take advantage of opportunities, double-digit gain within 3 to 5 minutes. Easily, sometimes 1 minute, 2 minutes. At the same time, double-digit loss that quickly. So you need to cap the loss and open the upside. All right, and that's the best, in my opinion. The zeros, is for especially for intraday trading, for scalping. These zeros are the best, especially if you're a technician. If you're someone who doesn't have time to engage in the zeros, you don't have as much time to sit in them, you can't get in and out of the position quickly, and your risk tends to be very conservative, you might want to go midweek or end of the week. But you want to have medium time frame confirmation. You want to start playing things on the 5 and the 15 according to the game plan. Okay, so like for instance, this morning's game plan, an Apple of course continues to drop. That's fine. All right, so in instance, if I'm looking to get further data contracts, I'm looking at these zones: call zone, test zone, put zone. Zone 5, zone 6, zone 3. Because I want to tie my ideas to these zones, coming into them or getting out of them. If I'm using those zeros, this is where I live. These levels, given to you every single morning. Okay? So I'm looking for price interactions along with confluence, along with overall market conditions in these areas. All right, if you're still on Apple, congratulations. Okay? So the fact that there is risk associated with our with this endeavor is what gives us, that's where the opportunity is. Okay, if you've been trading for some time, you know what are the worst conditions. Do you prefer high IV, high ATR conditions with tons of volatility where price is just soaring on both ends, or just complete chop where it's not even moving? All right, 9 times out of 10, traders prefer higher volatility. Just make the adjustment. If you make the adjustment to the higher volatility, you can take advantage of the opportunity. Okay, that's a great point. So you just need a little more experience to really get the reads. Inverse head and shoulder, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, potentially forming out VWAP. Apple continues to drop to the downside. If you're still in it, great job. I kind of lost patience there. But now look at that Apple. So Apple's going to the floor. Okay. Look at that. Okay. So from the idea all the way to there. Hopefully someone caught that. As SPY continues to just chop around. Okay. Okay, put your names in the chat, guys. We're going to do the giveaway. Let's do the giveaway. We need let's get 10 people in there to make it fair. Okay, 10 names for the bootcamp giveaway. And we will do the giveaway shortly here. Okay. In the meantime, let's take a listen to what CNBC has to say here.
The Venezuela situation is such a mega geopolitical one. The market today is telling you it's way more focused on the AI trade and the memory pricing data out of Korea. What are you focused on?
Well, there's a long history of geopolitical events, and unless they turn into truly protracted military events that have a lasting impact through the energy channels, it doesn't tend to have much of an impact on markets. So to not see any kind of knee-jerk reaction was not a surprise.
Does anyone need to go out on a limb though and say, energy's down to 3% of the S?
Okay. So this inverse head and shoulder, all right. This is inverse head and shoulder is a reversal pattern. It's a bullish reversal pattern, meaning it's reversing a bearish move. This is just taking place in a vacuum. All right, so the structure is just true, but the actual pattern and context is not there. Can it work off that bounce? Sure it can, but you would like to take those. Look at Apple, guys. Apple just falling off a cliff. I think we're just waiting for us to dump the position to really go. Those contracts, to give you some context, I had them at 140. They're now at 168. All right, so they're Friday's contracts. But that's a nice move on Apple. So now there's officially 3-1. So your risk, 29 cents. Max drawdown was about 5%, 6% to the downside, and this is up more than 20%. Okay, so that's a beautiful, beautiful trade, and then now it's at the floor. So whatever you're doing, don't start chasing Apple now. Okay, don't start chasing Apple now off of these lows. The move already took place. Okay? Just because it broke. I mean, you can do what you want, but this is the entry that's provided to the team. Now, we talk about this entry here. All right, so the people that are really enjoying this are already 20% up. This entry is 30%. Okay. What a breakdown. All right. Checking back in. Good trading morning. See you guys tomorrow. Boot camp is the giveaway. Good, good, good. Boot camp is the giveaway. We have boot camp this Saturday. Okay. Make sure to like, guys. Make sure to subscribe. All right. Let's see. Okay.
100. The fuller story is tunneled under the surface of the indexes. Even since the April 8th closing low, you had bear market level maximum drawdowns at the average member level. So there's a lot more churn and rotation under the surface, which you didn't pick up if you were just focused on cap-weighted returns. I think 2026 might be a bit more of a shift where there's less of a sort of unifocus on these cohorts like the Magnificent Seven and a broadening out in terms of where opportunities lie and where investors are looking for opportunities.
And I think that's an interest rate story. I mean, let's put it this way, the unwind of the COVID problems, high interest rates, high inflation, all of that we're continuing to unwind. I mean, why are the financials continuing to do so well? That plus deregulation and
but I think
so forth?
it's an outside of Mag 7 earnings story as well. Now, if you look at the Mag 7 and then you compare it to the other 493, and you can break it into other cohorts. You can look at the 10 largest. You can just look at the tech sector or the comm services sector. You've got a decelerating pace.
Okay, what a breakdown on Apple. But you can see the technical breakdown, all right? So don't, if you did take it, that's the kind of setup that you gotta go for. And this thing is gone. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. SPY's not doing much here. Let's get a quick check on what's going on across the market. Okay, let's go to our striker chart real quick. Our striker chart real quick. And see what's moving and grooving. Here we go. Here's Apple. All right, so look who's next. Robinhood requires patience. Requires patience, guys. It's going to test your patience to the maximum. Okay. MU, Microsoft pulling. Nice little breakout on coin. Uber not doing much. Look at Disney continues to push. UNH. Okay. Starbucks not much. BA not much. MSTI, Intel falling off a cliff. So that was a nice move by Hood as well. That required a lot of patience here, guys. So in this case, there's a couple of ways to play it. On Hood, of course, a break. Typical flag break. You can see the flag break once it got above that level, continues to push. What I'll try to look for is, of course, off of support. There isn't a level to really gauge it. You can go all the way back as some weekly levels possibly, but nonetheless, nice flag on Hood. So bull flag on Hood, bear flag on Apple. Okay, so both, we discussed about both of them. Both of them required maximum patience. All right, maximum patience. And the best way, probably Friday's contracts would be the best way to approach it. All right, and you can see on SPY, SPY is just kind of not doing much here. SPY's at a standstill. If we take a look at the game plan chart, we don't want to deviate too much from the game plan chart. I wonder what we tapped into here. Look, we came right into that, tapped into it. Rejection zone. All right, our rejection zone right there. So now if we reject off this rejection zone, there's two things that can potentially take place. One is this rejection just leads to a nice little intraday pullback. Okay, just create another compression breakdown back into it. Okay, then your job becomes, you're now tasked with either playing the breakout or getting to bounce off support into a potential breakout. That's scenario one. Scenario two is we do have enough strength off of this rejection. There's enough sellers to push this thing all the way back down to the floor by EOD, end of day. If that's the case, guess what? I'm looking to adopt a bull in this bounce zone. In between, I'm leaning towards it bouncing back the upside. If it slices right under it, gets below some more levels, we can potentially adopt a bearish line of thinking and try to see if we can catch it into these lows. If it gets below VWAP possibly. But now we're kind of just in the middle. So we already made the move. Move has already taken place. So we broke out, pushed, we grinded higher. Let's look at the 50. Like this is very deceiving. If you just look at this, if you have no context, if you just open up this chart with no intraday context, you might just think, hey, you know what? We opened up when it was a massive bull run. We just calls. That's why back testing is dangerous at times. Right, you need to really see the information yourself. You need to really experience what took place during that particular day. Right, every move is not the same. Okay, so now we're starting to see that form. Somewhat of a potential head and shoulder, possibly, if we take that into consideration. Left head, right. Man, Apple is just out of here, guys. Apple is out of here. Okay. So there are opportunities. All right, so let me move along from Apple before it gives me more FOMO. Okay, got to move along from Apple. So what we do know is this. The Dow did make an all-time high. Excuse me. The Dow did make an all-time high. So the Dow did make an all-time high. And SPY is starting to slowly slide to the downside based off of what we triggered that weekly. So we're directional on the weekly, failed to hold enforcement. So good news on the week. Okay, bigger picture. This is good on the week. The bulls got what they want. Okay, let me show you. On the week, okay, you have to have the ability to see forest from the trees. Okay, on the week, this is good on the week. We just failed to hold enforcement. That's fine. But the bulls did their job. They took out last week's highs. Can they remain above it? That's still up for question. The only time you start getting a little hesitant and start flipping bearish if we violate that equilibrium on the weekly. Until then, they got it. Day one, nice push. All right. Are they kind of fading? Yeah, sure. But they took it out. We're no longer inside on the week. Now when we start going to the other time frames, what are we doing here, guys? Inside on the month. Inside on the quarter. Inside on the year. So the bulls have already established control of that weekly time frame. One of the four, they've established control for. They have the entire month to take out those highs. They have the entire quarter to take out those highs. They have the entire year to take out those highs. So they did their work for the week. They got their work done early. Can this change midweek? Absolutely. We have a ton of catalyst. All right, coming in all red folder. Okay, this is a red folder catalyst all month, guys. All right, we only have, out of the trading days, we only have 2 days where we don't have red folder catalyst. Outside of that, we have some sort of catalyst. And of course, now we have the Venezuela, U.S. situation. That's the cloud over our head. That's going to be circulating the news headlines for the next few weeks, maybe the next few months. And we just have to keep that into consideration. We have to just keep that in the back of our mind. All right? If you're a first-time viewer, guys, make sure to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have another stream at 9:30 a.m. You want to show up early. Okay, early bird gets the worm. I'm going to drop the link to that stream. What is your opinion on Amazon? We'll take a look at Amazon. Okay, there's a link to tomorrow's stream, okay? Click that. Make sure to turn your notifications on, and we'll go over Amazon. Any other chart requests, let me know. We'll look to end the stream around 2:45, 3. Okay. We just want to see what the week has to offer. Or Monday's the first day of the week where we're not doing too much. Just taking it easy, seeing how things shake out, see what sectors are moving, see what sectors are directional, what names are moving, before we start planting our flag and sizing up, okay? So I'll do the post stream. SoFi got SoFi post stream poll. Apple's able to get me to the green side here. On a day like this, small red is basically saying that's break even. The main thing is don't take, especially on Mondays and Fridays. Those are the size down days, guys. You don't want to do too much damage on those days. Is the stream delayed? Yes, there's a delay on YouTube, guys. There is a slight delay on YouTube. To overcome the delay, join our delay-free, ad-free stream. Let me know how you guys did. The poll question for today. Which asset class will be most impacted by U.S. Venezuela takeover? So the chat was on the money. We did get, the options were equity market, stocks, 17% there. That was the vote. I said oil and gas, 71% there. And silver and gold, 12%. And crypto, 0. So crypto, 0. Crypto is running. By the time the masses will be made aware is when Bitcoin is above 100K. So Bitcoin has already made the move to the upside, has already broke out of a critical level. Okay, critical level on Bitcoin has been taken out. Okay, that critical level on Bitcoin is 90K. All right, so if you trade Bitcoin, if you trade a Bitcoin, and if you're on our team, we said 90K is what you need to pay attention to. Forget about everything else. We finally broke it. Okay, nice little compression flag, another flag again from this morning we talked about. All right, so what's running more, crypto or oil? Okay, let's do a side-by-side comparison. Okay. That's not going to show it. It's not going to measure it right. So far, intraday, crypto's up 3%, oil's at 1.3. So crypto is actually the winner based off that 90K break. Okay, let's jump right into Amazon. This is your breakdown for Amazon. We're going to get right into it. We're going to do a breakdown on SPY, a thorough breakdown on SPY, and all these will be clipped out and put on our channel as well. So any other chart requests, let me know. As far as trading for the day, I'll be done for the day. Maybe might do one lotto near the end of the day, so I won't put done, because if I put done, I won't take any trades. So I might have one more left in the tank on SPY as it pertains to low grabs or high grabs. Nice push to the downside on Apple. Apple turned out to be a monster trade. All right, we're not saying that in hindsight. We did catch a good chunk of Apple, but this turned out to be, guys, 29-cent risk to make $1.47. Okay, so close to 1 to 5, 5 to 1. We'll go over QQQ as well. So put all your chart requests in the chat. We'll go over all those charts. We have so far, we have Amazon. All right, we'll go over all those names. Okay, we're going to go over SPY. We'll go over QQQ. We have Amazon. Top-down analysis. So far, as always. Okay. I will go over BTC as well. And this will be clipped out and posted on the channel probably later today. All right. Any other names? 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do one more. One more name. 5 names. I don't want to make the video too long, so we'll do the video in real time. One more name. We'll be able to cover that. So SPY, as far as SPY is concerned, SPY did break below that VWAP after rejecting off of that 688.55. That's been the level on watch all day. I won't go as far as to say all day, but I'll say from second shift beyond, after 10:30. All right, which is pretty much all day at this point. Okay. So we did take a handful of trades today. We took 3 trades on SPY. 1 worked in our favor, 2 got stopped out. Did take 1 trade on Apple, worked in our favor. So minus 6% stop out here, good stop out. 16% on the puts, 16% on the calls, stopped out. Okay. So it looks like Apple's trying to make a bounce off those lows. See if it's legit. So in this case, if you want to see a legitimate reversal on Apple, you want to see and look for an inverse head and shoulder with a descending neckline, downward compression. So now is the time to look for that. Okay. So reversal traders, now you got to put your reversal trading hat on. Okay, after something gets dumped aggressively, comes into some major key levels, sweep some lows, start looking for reversal patterns if you're a reversal trader. If you're not, just look for continuations and breakouts. Okay. If you did join the Discord today, let me know what your Discord username is. As far as the paid tier is concerned, I'll get you access right away. Let me know. Strikers, vote in the chat if you can, if you're done for the day. We still have a majority of our team still on live. So again, nice drop on SPY here, guys, below VWAP. Just fell off a cliff. All the indexes selling off on the 15. SPY is going back. See if we can sweep these lows. We're coming back at that 15-minute orb territory. All right, I just usually keep that orb on for the first 2 hours. Some people like to keep it on longer. That's completely up to you. but just have a why, have some back tested data. And why would you keep it that long? So if you trade, say if you trade the orb from 9 o'clock, from 9:30 to 10:30. All right, that's when you trade it. That's what your data. You have data as far as that is concerned. All of a sudden, if you don't have any information or idea of what takes place after 2:30, okay, then that doesn't mean you just trade the orb at that time as well. Look for a different orb. Okay, look for a different orb. So what would be, okay, let's do this exercise real quick, guys. If the first 5 minute open, first shift is the orb, what would be the power hour orb? What 5 minute sequence would be the power hour orb? Between what and what? Okay. So if we're transitioning to power hour, and if you treat power hour as its own little session, which it is, right? What would be the orb? What time? Right, for the 5 minute. What would be the orb? Okay, so it would be that 3:30 to 3:35. Right, very dangerous power hour. Right in the heart of power hour. Okay, so right at 3:30, waiting for that 5 minute candle, waiting for a power hour orb. At 3:30, similar to what we talked about last time, every shift, every session has opening range. So power hour, this is the heart of power hour, right in the middle of power hour. Okay, that can be something you pay attention to. All right. News updates. Let's take a listen.
Interim president. It comes after President Nicolas Maduro appeared in New York on drug charges after the U.S. removed him from power over the weekend. During the swearing-in, Rodriguez called the move illegitimate military aggression. The U.S. announced today it is revising its childhood vaccine schedule to recommend fewer shots. Federal officials say the CDC now recommends flu, meningococcal disease, and hepatitis shots be given based on shared decision-making between parents and healthcare providers. The agency also calls for a single dose of the HPV vaccine instead of 2. Officials say insurance providers will continue to cover immunization costs regardless of the category. And newly released CDC data shows 30 states.
See if we can reclaim those lows. Prior shift lows, if we can, I'll be there for it. Those contracts are dirt cheap, so think of these as lottos. Back to VWAP. Okay. Reclaiming these lows here. Based off of the fuel, off of that 687.36. That'll be the last trade of the day. And we'll look to wrap it up. Okay. Get that reclaim. So what I'm looking for, this invalidation marker will be a retrace reject, so I want to see if we can get above it. Early entry will be a break and hold above. Break and hold above that 687.59. If we can get that, that'd be great. Risk would be this candle's lows. So pretty straightforward. Risk would be session lows, would be these lows down here. Okay. I'll take it right there. I'll take the 687s. Okay, when the 687 calls here. And my risk is down here, so you get that continued push. I don't want that to turn to a retrace reject. If it does, I'll get stopped out. I want to follow through here. Textbook shift grab setup. There we go. I want some follow through, continued follow through. I want the 5 minute sell to stop, and I want that 5 minute candle to turn into a hammer. Okay, so see if we can hold above this territory. If we can, that'd be great. And head the other way. I want some acceleration behind that move. So acceleration would be great. Okay, there we go. 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 Up 6, up 7, up 8. TP where you need to. Up 10, I'm going to take a majority off right there. Thank you very much. Okay. Down to runner. This setup is provided every single day. Every single day this awaits us. It is not new, guys. Okay? Don't got to reinvent the wheel. Do the same thing over and over and over again. Okay, runner up 9%. I want to see if the runner can get back to VWAP. Okay, in this case, no close below here. All right. No close below here. Now that 5 minute, I want that 5 minute to hold above that hammer's high. Go, go, go. That'd be great. So midday, that's the setup, guys. Midday, that's the setup. The blueprint is right in front of you. You got to just be patient. All right. You have to know where to get involved. See if you get a nice push back to VWAP. That would be great. Up 15. Good, good, good. Up 17. 18, 19. Okay. Manage your runner the way you want. TP where you need to. Okay. 18. We'll close it right there. Okay. That's 17. All right. So can continue to go. But I'll take that right there. So thank you very much, SPY. Bounce off of this key level, our key level that we pay attention to every day. Textbook grab, entry above this high. Nice little scalp for a push to the upside. Did it get all the way to VWAP? Not necessarily. Right, but if you can give me double digits twice, I'll take it. All right, 10 and 17. Is there more follow through behind it? Sure. As long as we stay above here. If you're still babysitting runners, if I was still in the position, my no close would be here. As long as it doesn't close below here, there's a good chance we get to VWAP. Okay? There's a good chance to get to VWAP. There we go. Another banger. Anyone catch that? If you did, great job. Little trade before power hour. Now I'll be done. Okay, done for now. Now officially be done on the day. All right. So if you're done in the day, put done in the chat and answer the poll question. Okay. Okay, so we have to just pick our spots today. Pick our spots, but there's a good chance that an opportunity is going to come our way. All right, if you just hang on tight, if you just wait, will eventually come. We have to go to Apple. Apple provide an opportunity. SPY provide opportunity here. 17+%. Stopped out there, so not a lot of trades on SPY. Just being very calculated. And the stop out here, I would say the best risk management is both these calls, right? Stopped out 16% here and getting stopped out here. Right, so those are easy to recover if you're not taking consequential damage. It's like if I just don't stop out here, right? If I just decide not to stop out in this area, if you recall, this is what we're paying attention to. We're paying attention to that trend line there initially. Then this goes from 6% to a 45%. I have no business being down 45%, especially for my style of trading, because by that time it means I'm wrong on the chart. Okay, So keep that wrist tight if you can. If not, just stick to your wrist protocol. Okay, stick to that, and eventually you'll catch one of these opportunities based off of our key level, based off of the same things we do every day. All right, any questions? Let me know. If you have any questions, put it in the chat. Put your name in the chat for the giveaway. We need 10 people, guys. 10 people. We got 4 people for the giveaway. Right, I want you to value this stuff. If you don't value it, I do put a lot of time and effort. I'm trying to make this information as accessible as possible. All right, to the people on YouTube, to the people joining us, because I'm really invested in traders being educated properly.
A lack of clarity about all of that, including what the plan is for the leadership in Venezuela after a weekend of extraordinary.
Okay, not guilty. So here, that was a nice little dead cat bounce we already extracted. Right, just like how they extracted Maduro, we extract the profits. All right, that's how quick we need to extract. All right. Our job was to extract that profit. I'm new here, wondering if you can do a review of the trade you took. Review of the trade you took. Yep. All right. So the first trade. I'll tell you what I was thinking, and then we'll get into the chart requests. So first trade. All right. Off the open, I was a little gun shy, a little hesitant. Right. It is Monday. I want to see how things shake up. One thing we did identify is the overall move we want to capture. So what I mean by that is in the pre-market with our team, we laid out the 2 things we want to look for. Right, if it's going to be a synchronized buying type of day, everything breaks above PMH. We have a catalyst right behind us to really provide us the wind to go, to provide us the fuel. On top of that, we're coming off of our key zone area, that test zone, and we're declaring victory over that zone. So there's a couple of opportunities I could have taken advantage of. So in this key zone, ideally when that takes place, I love to take my entries near that key zone. But unfortunately, just want to see how the action was kind of shaping up. And you can see right out the gate it's very choppy. So I understand why I didn't take that trade in hindsight. Very choppy, right? You can take it, allocate the risk, but you can see there's a lot of back and forth. We get that downward compression break, we continue to push. As we're breaking, we did get above this level as well. So this is kind of a late entry into that continued expansion. Knowing that it's a late entry into that continued expansion, my target is up there, but I can't fall in love with this target without committing or without defining what my risk is. So in this case, we did start to see a little bit of green. I want a price to stay above that daily upside target. If that fails, then we get stopped out, and that's exactly what took place. Stop out. All right, so we got stopped out. Didn't really feel comfortable. Again, this is all in hindsight. Of course, we had ISM data as well. Right, I wanted to see what can take place after ISM. Didn't want to take anything before it, just in case there was enough fuel to really break below these lows after that grab. ISM rolls around. We get that nice little bounce and bounce again off ISM data. Second thing is we're seeing this rejection off this area. Once price rejects off this area, turns into support. There's an opportunity there that we made everyone aware of. For you to capitalize off of, get that nice little break, retest, continue acceleration. Okay, we let the market have that. That's fine. Opportunity there as well. That's okay. And then now we want to pay attention closely to what takes place with that second daily upside target. We grab first shift highs. We go sell block, fall back below it. And this one, as soon as we start to fall back below it, we discussed how we want to get that retrace, reject into that inefficiency, but couldn't get that pump back into it. So my attention quickly gravitated towards this support. When this support started to fail, I like the fact that we started to go sideways and we engaged off the puts off of that level right here. Didn't quite come into it, and we took the puts here for 16%. Right, we did see it drop one more time to the downside, and then we did scale out of profits at double digits. Did see a little more, but couldn't get that follow through into the zone here. My target was back into the zone, back at that view up territory. And it continued to push, continued to chop around, continued to grind, continued to show some signs of life above it, below it, and really couldn't create that sustained separation away from this 688.55. So once we did break second shift highs, we got that nice break So in this case, I'm taking that retest. Okay, we got that break. We got that nice little initial response. And I want to take that second response off of that resistance turn support, aka second shift highs. All right, so I take another shot here. As I'm taking the shot, right, did see a nice little push to the upside, right, maybe 3-4%, nothing double digits. And then off of this response in this off of this response to this candle, start to lose a little bit of confidence in the setup, because now the risk, the invalidation was becoming clear. How do we know that? How do I know that? Because I'm betting on this holding, if you recall. I want this to hold. I did like the fact that we went 3 down and buyers didn't step up. So in real time, we were discussing, okay, we're in the position, sellers throw a left hook. We take the shot. We want to throw something back. We throw something back. Wasn't sufficient. Didn't like how it's forming. I decided to cut the position early at 6% and said, hey, if we can reestablish control over this level, I can re-engage. So the very few minutes later, we get that significant slide to the downside, and then we drop. So if I decided to stay in there, that would maybe a 10 to 15% stop out. But cut it early because I didn't like the fact that we didn't respond the way I want to see a response, and the VIX was acting in a way that I don't want to see the VIX act at that particular area. Then no trades this hour, no trades this hour. So now we're looking for another opportunity arbitrage, and we pivot to Apple. Okay, so we go over to Apple. We see what Apple's doing. We go over to our charts. We see what Apple's doing, and Apple's doing a textbook retrace reject. So Apple's already showing some weakness. We noticed that, hey, you know what, it's rejecting off of here. We made the team aware of that potential rejection there. If you're on that confirmed entry, below that 267.61. So once we got below that territory, double-digit extraction and multiple times, and it finally closed it out. And then, of course, when we close out, it turns out to be a 6-to-1, 5-to-1 return. And it comes back to that level. Same thing takes place once again. All right, so once we gravitate towards Apple, take some profits there, we come back to SPY and look for our textbook setup. What's textbook setup? Shift grab, bounce off key level, midday activity. We get that exact push and extract profits on this push to the upside. And that basically summarizes our day today and the trade that we're looking to take. So nothing too major. It's Monday. We're getting a feel for the market. We're getting a feel for the movement. Okay, we want to see how the IV is. Okay. We want to see how the market reacts to the situation that's taking place. Okay. Minimal response. We're seeing some of the energy names push the upside. And that leaves us where we are now. All right. So that's a quick rundown of what took place. What's going on with our screen? Okay. Any more questions, guys? Let me know. If not, we're going to wrap it up here in a couple of minutes. As always, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe, make sure to join our community. We can do the giveaway at 3 o'clock. Put the names in the chat. We have 6 more names. 6 more names. And of course, if you want to join our community, be in position to capitalize off the ideas, high probability ideas, and so much more, go to the community tab. Everyone should be in the free tier, but a great place to start is the trial. Okay, so you go to smartactiontrade.com, go to the monthly plan. There's 15 spots available. Go to the join. Once you go to join, you want to go to subscribe. You click subscribe and make sure to put the code. Okay, there's actually now 9 spots available. Okay, make sure to put the code. Okay, put the code in. Following promo code new 30. New 30. You click apply. No, not new 30. Trial. The code is on the screen. What does the code on the screen say? Yeah, so new. Is it new? The code should be on the screen. Give me 1 second. The code should be trial 30, not new, trial 30. Okay, I'll give you the exact code. Yeah, trial 30 is the code. Trial 30. It's on the site. Okay. So if you go, you can see trial 30 is the code to set, and then you click apply, and then you save $12 and you basically get 1 month of access to our community for less than $40. That's the options trading course. Okay. 6-hour course. That's the live trading and training every single day. That's access to our pre-market game plan every single morning. Delay-free, ad-free stream. And so much more. Okay, so again, make sure to use the code trial30, the code on the site. All right, if you want to take advantage of the trial. And that trial, there's about 9 more spots. Once it's filled up, guys, that's January. You're going to have to wait till February to take advantage of the trial, and the Discord is closed off. All right, we have a tight-knit community, a very supportive community. Okay, and if you want to join outside of that, you have the other way to join is the yearly bundle. You save 65%, 12-month access, boot camp ticket coming up on Saturday, this Saturday to be exact, and coaching call as well whenever you're needed. All right, so multiple ways to join, but everyone on YouTube should be in the free tier. Okay, so absolute steal. So again, delay-free, ad-free stream, training, questions, answers, everything you need. All right, everything you need to capitalize off these moves. The primary thing is SPY. SPY will become your bread and butter. All right, there are other things we can entertain at other times, but just try to narrow your universe down to 1 hour, to one ticker, and 1 hour. Start there. One ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result. That's what you're trying to go for. Okay, so you exist in this hour. So for this setup, guys, I'm existing between 2:30 and 3:30. That's where I'm existing. What happened here as far as my trade performance doesn't matter. I need to assess what took place at prior shift, where my key levels are, and get to work right away. What is it? What is the task at hand? Define risk, allocate risk, manage risk with the probabilities play out. That's the task at hand. Where's an optimal area to allocate risk? That's the task at hand. We're just using all the technical stuff, all the technical things we use, just to identify areas where the market is leaning in our favor, where our edge lies. So the probabilities can work in our favor. All right? Any questions, guys? If you did join the Discord today, let me know. I can elevate your permissions right away. If you did join today, wait for an email. Follow the instructions on Gumroad if you joined through Gumroad. Okay, so 9 spots available, guys. Once they're gone, they're gone. All right, so it's going to be opened up. Okay. Okay, that's okay. I got your message, Richard. So first, join the Discord. I'll grant you access. And if the code didn't work for you, is your name sticks in the Discord? If it is, I'll grant you access. If it didn't work for you, if you type something else, I'll I'll refund you the $12.50. Okay. So again, guys, the code is trial30. So when you go to the site, you can see trial30. Okay. I know it says new on the screen, so just disregard that. So make sure the code does get approved before. So if you put something else, all right, so if you say new, if it does that, okay, trial30. So this is for the trial. There is no free trial to the community, okay, because the information there is gold. All right, so all I can do is provide a trial and take a certain amount of students. That's the code, trial 30. Okay. So I did get your message. So I'll look to correct that on my end. All right. But first things first, do join the Discord. Let me know what your username is, and we'll get you situated. Any questions, strikers? That's 3:05. We just powered through the entire day. I'm fully rested. And we'll see what the rest of the week has to offer. All right, if not, we're going to wrap it up here. We're going to wrap it up here. Kiddos will be coming home soon, so we'll wrap it up before that. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll leave the screen going for anyone else who's trading. All good, caught up from work, ready for trading tomorrow. Wow, what a way to catch up. I mean, you said you had all those emails. That's a huge mountain. Very productive day. 1,000+ emails. Wow. So great job, Lynn. Productive day on your end. It's not easy. Anyone else? Let us know. Let me know how you did. How you felt. Did you love the action today? Did you despise the action today? And a couple of things you learned from today, and just we'll take advantage tomorrow. Okay. If no questions, we'll wrap it up here, guys. Hopefully everyone found value. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. 17% for Milton. Beautiful job. I'm assuming you took that last one right here. Milton, if you did, tremendous job. Again, after 12 o'clock, we know there's more risk on those zeros. You can take further data cons, but again, the setups are the setups. We're seeing a symmetrical triangle here forming. What's going to happen over time, the longer you stay, the longer you start taking advantage of our program, what's going to happen is this, guys. The action is going to start slowing down. What I mean by that is, when you just recall the first time you started trading. When you first started trading, especially on live, it just seemed like the candles were going so fast. Everything was just crazy. Okay, through preparation, through practice, through strategy, the longer you do this, what's going to end up happening is, it seems from your perception, because you've seen it so many times, from your POV, the game's going to start slowing down. When you're a beginner, it's so fast. Intermediate, it's so fast. And it starts slowing, and when it starts slowing down, right, just know deep down, you're right there. The way you're viewing the market is correct. You just have to make sure that the stuff between the ears, their psychology is sharp. I took it off the fib balance. Beautiful job, Milton. Fib balance, if you throw a fib on this entire move, that probably leads you to that nice little pocket, golden pocket possibly. Is that what you were taking right there? Slightly below. Probably at that 36 territory. Low end of that 36. Maybe dipped into that golden pocket. Beautiful job. Regardless how you got in, you're in. You allocate risk. You manage risk. So a tremendous job. Anyone else? If not, guys, we're going to wrap it up. This is basically day 2, guys. Day 2 out of 252. God willing, the plan is to be live for 252 days. Okay, so we're going to walk through this together. All right, so look, 252. That's the goal. So this is 2 out of 252. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Okay, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. I'll even go as far as to say it's not even a marathon. It's an ultra marathon. Okay? It's not a marathon. It's an ultra marathon. All right? And trading a marathon is a month. Okay? For a year is ultra marathon. 200 plus miles. All right? Mud water type of activity. All right, it's going to push you to the very edge. Okay? We're headed back towards view up. Let's see. All right, on your way out, guys, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. And I'm going to drop the link to the tomorrow's stream. All right, turn your notifications on. Show up early. So it looks like the president is speaking here.
That comes out of Maduro's country. He was very friendly with that guy. Well, they're having a hard time right now. You know, we had Tren de Aragua all over Washington, D.C., and they got the hell beat out of them. Washington, D.C. is the safest city right now in the United States. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, if you had to sum up Operation Absolute Resolve, would you say that it was about oil or it was about regime change?
It's about peace on earth.
This is live.
Peace on earth. We got to have peace. It's our hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine was very important when it was done, and other presidents, a lot of them, they lost sight of it. I didn't lose sight. But it really is, it's peace on earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you to All Family Pharmacy and this new year help.
All right. There you have it. Okay. All right, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow, first thing in the morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We drop the link to the stream for tomorrow. Don't miss it. We never know what's in store, but I'll do my best to put you in position to capitalize off the best opportunities. And you can learn and put yourself in position as well. All right, the link is dropped below for tomorrow's stream. In just a second here. Go to that link. Turn your notifications on. If you haven't already, subscribe. And we're closing in on 2,700 subs. All right, so I think we can hit that by the end of the week. And then, of course, the psychological level 3K is next. If we can take 3K out this month, that'd be great. Up 18%. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. Panky giveaway. So we need more names in the giveaway, guys. We need more names in the giveaway. I want to give away. We only have 4 names. So we need 10 names at least. All right. So we had about 425 people, over 400 people stop by. And if the interest is only for four people for the giveaway, we need at least 10 people to give it away, all right? If we can get 6 more people, I'll do the giveaway. It's for the boot camp, by the way. It's for the boot camp, by the way. There we go. Okay. Julieta, okay. Anyone else catch this move? If you caught that, beautiful job. Let's get one more person. If we can get one more person, we'll do it. Okay, one more person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get one more. Let's get one more. Okay, and then we'll do the giveaway. All right, so since I said it, better to do it. That's my word, so it's better to do it. But let's get a couple of more participants, or at least one more, to keep it interesting. All right, so at least no one has a 20% chance of winning, 25% chance of winning. So let's reduce the odds, and then we'll do it. Okay. This is the link. This is the link for tomorrow's stream. That's the link for tomorrow's stream. Took it off that 618 fit bounce. Okay, 618. Okay, so you're talking about a fib off of this initial move right here, tiny little fib. Milton, is this the one you're talking about? Coincides with those zones. That's great. Good. So first day of the week. First day of the week. I finally got rid of the cough. It's finally on its way out. Nice rejection off that VWAP. Nice rejection off that VWAP. So 69% of you on the poll, oil and gas. VWAP projecting here. Retrace, reject. See if we get us to continue to slide back to the downside. Put some pressure on this trend line. And try to work our way back towards that 687.36. 687.36. That'd be great. Okay.
We think that reading is only halfway done. And so I'd say we're in the third or fourth inning of this bank stock rally. There's more to go.
Yeah, I mean, you made a great call on Citi, which is coming off of a great year, obviously. It's up 70+% over the last 12 months. It's your number one pick for the second year in a row. That's curious to me after an incredible year that the stock has had. Why not look for something else at this point that can have maybe the same type of year that Citi did?
Well, I don't agree with your tense, Scott, when you said you made a great call, like in the past tense. I would say that the present and the future tense, there's still a lot more to go with Citigroup. And I think the most important point is, I think 2026 is the year when Citigroup gets out of regulatory purgatory. I think Citigroup gets out of the regulatory penalty box. I think their consent order gets lifted. And the reason I say that has zero to do with anything that Citi has ever said. Citi's just doing the best they can do, and they're going to move forward. But what Citi has remaining is only, in my view, regulatory box checking. Meanwhile, the regulators have said they are focused on safety and soundness, substance versus form. So if Citi has completed the substance and regulators are focused on the substance, then I think 2026 is Citi's year. And once that consent order gets...
Citi's at all-time highs already. So I have to wait for that pullback for Citi. At least into 117 to 115 territory. It's already a runaway train. Okay.
New in-depth report today, and we said, they only had 8% returns, which is worst in class. This is not best in class. This is a worst in class bank that's getting back in the game. It's like Citi has been on the injured reserve all decade, and now they're getting back in the game. But if you take that 8% return and you adjust for the abnormal expenses and abnormal costs and abnormal capital, the current returns reach 14%. So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I think Citi gets these much higher returns. If you get these much higher returns, then I think they get valued still a little bit below the average bank. And Scott, the number you get in a few years is $200 stock.
Mike, it's good to talk to you. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Still more to go. Buy Citigroup.
Okay. All right. Well, you made a good call, and you still think it's going to continue, so I'm going to stick with that. Mike Mayo, thanks for joining us. We're just getting started here on Closing Bell. Up next, the star analyst Dan Ives. He joins us live from CES. Look at his outlook.
Keep in mind, CES, NVIDIA, keynote. Jensen Huang will be speaking at CES today after market close, so might want to keep an eye on NVIDIA. See what they introduce there. I'm flat today, no trades. I'm in observation mode. I'm becoming extra picky with the year. My trades. Congrats on those who made a big win today. Absolutely, Carla. There's never a bad thing to be too picky, right? If you don't like it, don't trade it. And today there hasn't been, unless you really wait, there hasn't been like clean opportunities. So a great way on sticking to your rules and sticking to your adjustments you're going to make for the year. So we're trading in this channel, so see if we can break down or continue to respect this channel, and it leads us back to that notorious 688.55 territory. 688.55 territory. Good. So we end up going all day today. 3:30. We'll do the giveaway here quickly. All right. For those of you who did the sign up on YouTube, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay. 3:30. We've been live since 9 o'clock, so thank you for tuning in for the entirety of our program. We usually go into 1 o'clock. So we had to go a little further today just in case we do get any kind of movement with the Venezuela situation. All right. So let's do the giveaway for the boot camp. If you do win the boot camp, send me a message right away in the free tier Discord. Okay, the sooner you send me the message, the better, because what's happening now is people in the free tier, I'm getting messages from, like, let's say 5 people won, I'm getting a message from 20 people. All right, so it's becoming hard to distinguish who's the winner. And so send me a message as quickly as you can, and I'll get you in the boot camp. Okay, so the winner is, for the boot camp, the winner is Alexis. Alexis, if you're in the chat, you're the winner of the boot camp. Alexis, congratulations. Okay, Alexis, congratulations. Okay. And the link to join the free Discord is available. I'll drop it here as well. Save you some time. All right, if you can send a message within 24 hours, that'd be great. Okay, 24 hours. That'd be great. So a lot of people are sending me messages saying that they want the giveaway. So that might be the one downfall. All right. So here, there's a free tier. Anyone can join the free tier, the Discord that's available. But Alexis, make sure to send a message there within 24 hours. Again, boot camp is a Saturday. Again, thank you for tuning in today, guys. Second episode of 2026. Second trading day of 2026. Regardless of how you ended the day, don't be discouraged. It's just the very, very beginning. Still a lot of time on the week left. Tomorrow we have no catalyst. So the whole Venezuela situation will be looming on top of our heads. Red folder catalyst tomorrow. We got nothing there. We do have CES, of course, the conference going on. That's a schedule. NVIDIA will have a address by NVIDIA, special address by Jensen. We'll do a rally, this AI rally based on that after the close. We shall see. We don't know. We got Sony. We got AMD keynote as well. So Lisa Su, right, CEO of AMD, Dr. Lisa Su. All right, so we'll see if the semis start to rally based off of maybe some comments those two CEOs make, if it's a sentiment rally. Later this week, that things start picking up. Of course, this Venezuela situation, guys, is going to be looming. It's going to be the cloud over the market's head. That's not going to disappear anytime this week. That's going to be there in the headlines all week. On top of adjusting for that, on top of staying slightly on edge for that, because anything can happen, right? We also have to take into consideration these red folder catalysts. These are more important, I would say, right? Because these have a direct impact at the particular time on the action. Wednesday, ADP, ISM jolts, Thursday, unemployment, Friday, average hourly earnings, NFP, unemployment rate, consumer sentiment. So jam-packed week. All right, just to kick off in January. All right. So again, thank you for tuning in. If you found value, smash the like button. The link to join tomorrow's stream will be available. Is available in the chat. You can go to the channel. That's available as well. Turn your notifications on. We're going to be live at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. If you want to be part of our pre-market stream, we go over the game plan, go over the levels. I provide you the key zones. I provide you the levels to trade. Okay, the call zones, the put zones. If you want to be part of that, if you want to get this sent to you every single morning, okay, you need to be part of the Discord. I send this every morning. As simple as it gets. It doesn't mean you do what it says. You need to do your due diligence in that area. Okay? It's a general area. So now you do your technical due diligence. On top of that, this is the plan that I follow myself. They send to you every single morning. All right, so if you have access to that, you need to be in the Discord, trial, yearly, whichever way you can get in where you fit in. As always, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. If you're still in the trenches, look for high-low grabs. The closer we get to the close, the more volatile it can get. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.